Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. That fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Emo's crush goes like magic in the air. Express Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday it's their special place.
Hi, welcome to the special place.
Hello.
Special place. Hey. Don't sound so excited to be here, Gray. Jeez.
Hey.
There you go.
That was an attempt.
Hey, guys. Welcome back to my channel. Anyway.
How's it going?
We were not that late.
Mere minutes.
I mean, it's over 2 minutes. That's pretty late. We could have done better. We will do better.
Any more minutes, it would have been late and gay.
Oh, so it's just not, isn't it just late and gay all the time? I didn't know there's like a threshold of lateness that is straightness.
There's got to be a threshold, right?
Okay. I thought once it's late. Anyway, we have Lucy. Hopefully Lucy's in here. She's still here. She said, "Ooh, music, think me likey." I hope she's still around. Lucy, Lord Cameron said,
two very different people.
Yes, you do, but likey Taylor Swift, the great musicer. Leighton Negro, and speaking of which, yes, I have actually had a tension headache this week, so this is great. That's great stuff. Thanks for that. When I said my ear was sore on Tuesday's stream, it turned into this huge pain that just radiated down here. Anyway,
should have listened.
And
to music.
Wallace is here. What did you say, Bima?
Should have listened to some music.
I did.
Oh, there you go.
Healed me. No, I've been good. Louise is here as well. Hi, Louise. What are we thinking about today? We are thinking about music. We're going through. Look, okay, yes, I know we don't have a full panel tonight, but it is okay. We will make do with the dregs of the thinkers here.
Yeah, we got the B team here today.
No, actually, we don't. We got the most important one, who is the actual musician, who is great. So we're glad to have him here.
Failed musician.
Yeah. Like
that's
most
part
musicians.
of the discussion. Yes, actually. But before we jump into music, okay, because what we're going to do with music, I'm going also, I just want it to also be a lot of sharing. Tell me about your guys' favorite music. Yes, copyright is a scary thing, so we will try and figure out how we're going to do that. Maybe just share links. And
6 seconds is where you can
try. Okay.
Stop. Yeah.
Well, so it's weird because there's also reaction channels that their entire thing is reacting.
Exactly, and they're monetized. Yeah,
it depends.
I looked into it. Yeah.
And then Warner, they don't allow anything essentially, just a second of their music just instantly.
Universal's pretty nuts about their stuff too.
So what he's saying is that since this is going to get demonetized, guaranteed, send a bunch of super chats our way.
I mean,
do you see if it gets demonetized?
Super chats. It's a donation to you, so there's no claim on that.
Imagine if they did garnish those, though.
You guys can go to Stream. Just go to Stream Elements. Go to my Stream Elements.
There's a certain company that takes a garnish that is a little strong.
Yeah, YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Boingo to you too, Dice.
I think if you go here. Hi, Dice. If you go like this.
My Tears for Fears cover band.
Oh my gosh. Love
there you go. You see, guys, if it takes away the super chats, there are ways that you can do that. Anyway, and you know what? We can actually go and buy the licenses. I was looking into it. Okay, I did homework. Okay, and you can buy. There's certain licensing company things that you can go and you can license certain pieces of music.
Sure.
Do you know
it's like $1 a license?
Theory, it's
In theory.
in perpetuity. So it's generally a lot
Yes.
more than that.
Yeah.
So like you can buy the mechanical compulsory license. Like that's the same thing you'd need to cover a song, which I think it's like 17 cents per song per album press or something like that. But the actual performance one, like it gets a little bit weirder. I know Charles has licensed a few songs, but it gets real weird because you're supposed to have license in perpetuity, but the artist can then sell it to somebody else, and then that company can kind of decide what they're going to go after
so
and
you can
claim and
lose
what they're not going to.
Lovely.
Yes.
In film school, we tried to do it on the up and up, and we were trying to have someone sing "Happy Birthday" to someone in a short film.
No.
$3,000 to sing "Happy Birthday" to you. It's $3,000 for that license.
Yep.
That's stupid.
Yeah. But it brings the gravitas of the song that everyone knows what day it is.
Who made it?
I used to know, but
the Happy Birthday Estate.
Happy Birthday Estate. The first, actually, it's the first person who was ever born. That's it. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, I looked into that, and there are music reaction channels that they're wildly popular, fully monetized. That they react. Music that is part of one we're going to talk about is actually music reaction, things like that. But yeah, they're fully monetized and they're doing good. Anyway,
they could have something on the back end we don't know about. Like, I was sent stuff for film coverage where I had access to certain footage. They're called digital press kits, and you have some sort of thing that you can. If it gets pinged, you can be like, all right, well, here's.
Maybe if they're big enough. Because the one that I was looking at, he's got like 150,000.
Oh, I would assume there's some sort of something to have worked out.
So it's kind of like he's a reviewer. So he's like Access Media, basically. So he gets this license, he gets permission, because you want him to go over your music.
Right. And plus, even if it's not that, if you have a Patreon or a supporter page where they're like, listen, we pay you more than enough for this one video. Don't worry about the AdSense, and we'll cover it. We just vote that you cover this.
Yeah, exactly. So they actually just enjoy the fact that the person is, what's her name, is doing the thing anyway. The old school Patreon, just be a Patreon of somebody.
Support MFer.
What Diddy has to pay Sting like $2,000 a day because Diddy used the sample of Every Breath You Take.
He can afford it.
Oh yeah.
Really
well,
heavily.
he could afford it.
Who did Diddy sting
Previously?
for that?
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so before we get onto the music thing, any news, any gossip, gals? What shall we gossip about? What's happening? They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
So I looked into that, by the way, because I was like, okay, everyone's saying this is wrong. Okay, there's one instance where someone has been arrested for supposedly eating a cat. They were not a Haitian. They were a U.S. citizen. They were arrested.
They were like eating it raw. They were probably upset. Yeah.
There's footage of it that is going across the net, but it's not confirmed that it's a cat. That's just the accusation.
No,
like the body camera is literally the person saying, "Did you eat that cat? Did you eat that cat?" Doesn't answer.
No, but I saw the body cam, and it was like, can we get animal welfare out here to get them, that cat is deceased? In which case, you're not getting animal welfare. I'm going to jail because I'm going to kill you. I'm sorry. You use it. Hello, in the future, if this is used in court, it's exactly what's going to happen. I'm sorry.
But eating the dogs is so that has been a thing for a long time. So Haitians have been they have a little bit of a history of eating their animals because it's hard to get food.
Culturally, they do it as well. They actually breed cats like
for eating. Yes. Well, dogs specifically. I don't know about cats, but
cue racist joke about Eastern Asia.
Daisy.
Yeah.
In which case, I'm just sorry. Look at my Daisy, okay? Look at her.
Doesn't feel like you'd get much meat off a cat. I'm just saying.
A little barbecue sauce.
It probably doesn't taste very good. Gotta be real.
I don't know
Unless,
about
like,
the taste,
you fatten
but,
them up, right?
What the footage doesn't show is that he was
Rosales
hungry a
finishes
half
my
hour
joke.
later.
Rosales.
Stop. So there's that, which is also going to feature in the music because of the kind of music we have now. We have meme music, boys. I'm sure we had joke music before. Don't worry, but I love meme music now. It doesn't have to be a very serious song, but we'll get into that. What else was there? We had another Trump assassination attempt, apparently.
Sort of.
Yeah.
perhaps a couple.
Yeah.
Apparently
yes.
the dude was lounging against the fence and he had a rifle with him, but they shot at him and he took off.
With the barrel of the rifle pointed towards the former president. So I don't.
No, the president was on the 5th hole, and they caught him on the 6th hole, so he wasn't exactly in immediate danger. But
so what they saw was the barrel of the rifle coming out is why they suddenly decided to start shooting at him.
Right.
But fair enough. He also had like backpacks full of ceramic tiles for possible deflection. So
shot put maybe
what? As like armor.
Really? This is all news to me because I haven't looked deeply into this.
This person sounds.
Oh yeah.
Insane.
The 2 backpacks he had like clipped to the fence were full of tile.
Hydra's here to discuss. Hydra.
I hear military stuff. I arrive. Who said ceramic tiles?
Okay, so you didn't want to speak
military. I don't know if you can call this military.
Ballistics. Okay, what ceramic tiles were?
Listen, I don't know if I should allow you in because you weren't going to speak music with us, and now you're going to speak.
Yeah, I will. Now that I'm here, now I'm a.
His music is war.
Now you have to stay. You're not allowed to leave.
I am a huge Tchaikovsky fan. Sound those cannons. Let's go.
Okay, so tell us about the ballistics. Go ballistics on ballistics.
Finish the sentence about the ceramic plates or whatever.
Great. Who started?
He had ceramic plates in backpacks on the fence. It appears to be some sort of like armor in case there was fire coming back at him.
Maybe he was ready to eat in style.
No, it's true. Maybe
some forks.
So I think they're more like plate carrier plates, not like a dining dish. But
hopefully, but it's actually not necessarily. If you don't have ballistics grade ceramics, plates also work. Famously, the Soviet T series of tanks had porcelain armor at some point.
That is wild.
Yeah, listen, it's communism, okay? It was called ultra porcelain, and it was inserted into specifically the frontal-facing turret cheeks of. It was either a T62 or a T64 variant. I don't remember exactly, but it is one of those. Maybe an early T7.
I know I just misheard you. I heard you say that it was inserted into the cheeks.
Into the frontal turret cheeks.
Turret cheeks. Okay, now I have
context. Are they real cheeks?
No, not real cheeks, obviously. So actually this whole ceramics ballistics thing, to my knowledge, primarily comes from wanting to penetrate deep, which is a tank issue. I am not going to avoid using terms that are technically correct. What you basically had is with the tank problem after World War II is just calibers kept getting bigger and armor kept getting, it was thicker and thicker until we reached stuff like the mouse, where it's just so impractical. It's just a massive block of metal. So people were like, would it be nice if we could have something that is not 80 tons and could still protect the tank and carry all of this equipment around with it being insanely slow? And we're like, hey, maybe instead of just putting a massive armor plate and maybe, adding a thinner one in front or putting it at an angle, we can have the armor absorb a larger, more powerful projectile by not having it be homogeneous out of the same material, but have different kinds of materials in it. And one of those things was ceramics. Now you might ask, why do you put ceramics in armor? Well, ceramics have really big hardness, but in material science, hardness, usually means that it's very brittle and it shatters easily.
Sorry, I'm scared, Daisy.
But what you would have with ceramics specifically is that if you put it between two steel plates, then yes, it shatters, but what you have instead is a maze of ultra sharp ceramic shards that grind against the projectile as it tries to penetrate deeper. So essentially, it degrades penetration effectiveness. And this is even more of a thing when you are using elongated projectiles like darts or bullets, which is very relevant because modern anti-tank rounds are almost exclusively darts, at least the good ones, depleted uranium or tungsten rounds. And rifle rounds also tend to be, longer, a little bit. Some forms of rounds, at the very least, obviously. And essentially what you could have is, okay, so we have a ceramic plate between two steel parts, maybe add rubber onto the back of it, so even if the projectile doesn't penetrate fully and just dents the other side, the potential flakes that fly off from there don't turn into deadly shrapnel that would still kill you without a penetration. And what you basically have is an early form of primitive composite armor. This was put on tanks, and also this is some form of body armor works via this theory. So you have what is a cake or an onion of layers of different materials that each have a different purpose. That's basically the situation with ceramic armor. And yes, in some situations, porcelain works as well.
Okay, so this guy, what did this guy have?
Well, if he would actually, from the sound of it, he just had them in a backpack. But if he was smart, he could have put it on the inside. Like he puts on a ballistic vest, puts on extra ceramics on the other side. And then he also wears like a little bit of rubber after it, and then a lot of cloth to potentially absorb bullet impacts or like blood, or immediately like have the wound be, suppressed even if it penetrates and you start bleeding. Essentially, you could have like kind of homemade body armor, or at least some level of this. Some indigenous tribes in certain areas of the world did a couple of primitive versions of what is essentially ballistics body armor. I remember a very distinct encounter when, I don't recall if it was the American or the British Army, they were combating some sort of native tribe that had this ritual of having themselves wrapped in different layers of clothes very tightly, which essentially functions as some form of primitive body armor and as immediately taking care of any wounds, or if it successfully penetrates. And they also took narcotics which prevented them from feeling pain, which led to an insane berserker situations where you would just shoot the people with revolvers and they wouldn't die. And essentially the only way to stop them would be to have a rifle or a weapon with a big enough stopping power to literally stop them in their tracks. So yes, homemade primitive body armor is very much possible and can be extremely effective if you know what you're doing.
Well, why did he bring an AK-47?
He did not bring an AK-47.
That's what the reports were.
They are wrong.
What did he bring?
He brought a different Soviet-made rifle that was manufactured parallel with the AK-47, but it's slightly worse in every aspect. And therefore it didn't.
But it was scoped, boys.
Wait, slightly worse?
Yes, that's why it didn't take off. It's an okay rifle, but because it was manufactured parallel with the AK-47, it's
AK style.
An AK style. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Now that
which means it's just a rifle. It's long.
One of those.
Interesting fact. He probably took probably got this from China, because those are the only guys who really bought this thing en masse, because it was just shit compared to AK. But the People's Liberation Army bought it en masse, because when your only job is to fire at defenseless civilians, you don't need a good rifle. You just need something that shoots.
Cool. If this gun was used on Trump, do you think he would have died?
It depends entirely on where they shoot him.
Shot him. Do you think that would have been an assassination?
It could have been if the shooter actually had aim, but the precedent is that these guys don't know what they're doing. But yeah, that rifle should have killed a bunch of Chinese students in a certain square, if you know what I mean. So it's a rifle. It can kill you. Yeah.
Brought me along. Yeah, it can kill you. So obviously there is a lot of talk about that. Years Mohammed's event. There was a nice video by Peter Boghossian or whatever. He did a discussion about one of those street epistemologies. I watched today about.
Love those videos.
Yeah, and it was actually two liberal people. One just didn't want anyone to die, and the other just thought it would be funny if Trump died.
That it would be funny?
Something?
That's the argument, yeah.
Without being a jackass?
No.
I don't
And you
think
can
so,
try.
but
I don't know if I can promise you that, but
Yeah.
so they caught this guy in public land.
Yeah.
And it's Florida.
Well, it
So-
was
It's a
the
golf
golf
course.
See, I was right. The Secret Service is doing the thing. Just get rid of everyone with a gun when you have a high-profile protectee.
Well,
See,
that's what you're supposed to do,
The
yeah.
method is just. I was right. I said establish a sphere with the protectee in the center and no weapons allowed in
They
the
did their
sphere
job.
except for the Secret Service. There you go. It fucking works. I called it. See?
Mhm.
But Charles, I
yeah.
think you were saying something when we kind of jumped in there.
Yeah, sorry.
Technically,
Finish the sentence.
he's allowed to be where he was. It was public
I don't know
property.
if you're allowed to just
So-
brandish and like
Yeah.
aim on public land. If he just like had it over his shoulder, like I think he'd have an argument, but
Mhm.
I think he did more
Brandishing a
than just-
weapon
And
is
he
where the law
sat
was
there.
broken.
And he
But-
sat there for like 12 hours. He's
But why is
wasted.
this? Why is this equally as okay as someone in front of a courthouse? Just
I
looking
think
like-
neither of those are
Well,
okay.
What?
I think if
Is
they
it
had it
equally
like
okay? Who
kind of
said it was
aimed at
equally
the
okay?
courthouse, I think people would talk to them. But if it's just like some dude with like it on his shoulder or whatever, just like walking in front of a courthouse, I don't know. Technically, like open carry states, like that is the law. So I think the difference is the
Florida.
brandishing thing.
The brandishing,
Yeah.
They
But-
didn't have a problem with the actual gun. They had the problem with it being pointed towards someone, you know.
And then him immediately like fleeing. So there
I
was
mean, I
kind
can't
of a chase,
exactly
too.
blame him at this point.
getting
but,
shot at. I
There
would
were
assume
shots
and he
fired.
would
Yeah,
run.
like I'm probably not just gonna like lay there if shots are
Do
fired.
we know if he shot at the president?
no.
It's unclear.
didn't
It sounds
fire.
like no,
He
but
didn't
I'm
fire.
not sure.
Interesting.
Because like all the
Okay.
initial reports said that there were like 4 shots fired, but
Yeah, that's what I
On the
from
read.
what I
Secret Service.
understand, it was Secret Service that fired that. So I don't know.
That's
I think
even worse.
what they
It's
said,
like they are
just saw the barrel.
overcompensating for the previous failure. Yeah, it's.
To answer Lord Cameron's question in the chat, no, you cannot carry an automatic weapon in almost any state except for mine.
So
Hey.
no, except yes.
No,
So,
except for
possibly.
like 3 states in
Asterisk.
the union.
If it's a modification that doesn't make it look extremely weird, you'd probably still fall under the open carry thing. But yeah, automatics, you need special license in every
Congo
state
Chris.
except for BMOs.
You're back from Bulgaria.
I have a very based state, yes.
Based BMO.
Everyone has a gun, therefore we have some of the lowest assaults with weapons in the union.
Okay, that's another thing we spoke about. We're not going to do the whole thing on it. Anything
Yeah.
else anyone wants to mention for the next in the next 7 minutes before we?
I have a
on to
complaint.
music?
Oh,
Okay, file a
I have a
complaint.
major complaint.
All right,
I
air your
freaking-
grievance.
Okay, so what is up with? Okay, this is for people that use Twitter/X. All right,
Okay.
I don't know what it is about it, but like I'll watch a video. Oh, I'm demoted. Dang it! I was
No,
just
we
talking
belong
about
down
Twitter.
here, so there is symmetry. Up there,
We all
everyone's
float down
animated.
here.
Down here, it's us
But,
static folks. Okay.
There's a whole thing where you can't get rid of the option for a video to autoplay and then switch to the
Mhm.
next video that's trending.
Yeah.
And
I don't do that.
recently, I've been, if I look at a video and it autoplays to the next thing that I see is quote confirmed audio of P. Diddy raping someone like audio wise, and it's just like, why is it the most heinous stuff that is showing up as the very next video? It drives me nuts.
Gordon has the same problem with his Twitter.
How dare you question Elon Musk's ability to create a user-friendly website, okay? Didn't you know that he has the right politics and therefore he has a perfect ability to create the best UI UX experience?
Bimo, watch more cat videos. Like just
I do. Actually, my feed is covered in them, and then I watch them, and then I get to watch videos.
Yeah, have you thought about listening to rape?
No, that's weird. Wow. Okay, because mine don't do that. Also, I just don't go through them. When I watch a video, I watch a video. I don't go to the next one.
Well, it auto does it on your phone.
It auto does it, but I'm engaging with my phone. I'm not passive. My phone doesn't just.
You can stop it, Bimo.
You don't have to be a passenger on Twitter. It's about a catastrophic failure.
It's about sending a message, all right?
Check marks, okay?
No, it is also quite horrific. Like no warning, just it's like TikTok.
It defeats the purpose of recommending the next video if it's completely different. Just like with the check mark system. The whole point of the check mark was that this person is a real person. Doesn't work anymore. Both can have check marks.
I don't disagree with what Patrick's saying.
True, don't watch. Don't watch.
Well, and Twitter is all snuff now. So it is weird. Like you mentioned, like freedom of speech. Even when they were cracking down like on a bunch of the speech stuff, I still used to get like murders every day in my feed, which is so weird. But I don't know. Somehow with the algorithm, it's like, well, you looked at this for 2 seconds, so that means you want more of this.
Exactly. We have too much time to watch videos. We need to go back to customizable social media. You know what? That will also bring us back to our music discussion. But yeah.
Anyway. And Facebook's equally as bad, Louise. That like
100%.
They're super corrupt, and people can advertise on Facebook that there's like no sort of verification process.
Yeah, and not only that, there is no moderation if no one speaks the language.
There is verification on Facebook, but you could probably get away with it for a little while before you were made to verify.
I was advertised.
Verification is full of shit. You know, yeah.
Wow.
What's full of
shit?
That
is horrible, Louise.
Yeah, I had the same thing, Luis. I had someone try to take my information.
It didn't break.
And they had a different website by the time I had complained.
Yeah, they just... And then there's people that have actual businesses that are just trying to advertise real things that have to come up against all of this red tape because of that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I remember there was
part of another life.
There is a comedy series that I liked that is... this is a prevalent problem pretty much everywhere in every nation, as far as I know. It's just Facebook being shitty and weird, as far as in people trying to sell things. There is a comedy series over here that is literally just a compilation of attempts to sell items on the Facebook marketplace and how fucked up they are. And it's just that of like, this is a scam, this is another scam, this is a ridiculous scam, this is somebody trying to sell you something that it's obviously bullshit, etc., 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 and how they interact with the potential customers. So you can make a living out of just mashing together compilations. That's how bad it is. Okay.
Of just
look at Facebook Marketplace. Here I have a series of
what is it called?
Best hits. It's the problem is not a thing in English.
It's not in English.
But there should be an English version.
Start it on your channel.
I will actually. I will start it. I will credit the original thing and
womp Rosales.
No, please do. Translate it for us. There we go.
I will.
Hydra, will you stay with us for the music?
I will, but I'm starving. I could eat a cat. I mean, I'm going to eat something, and then I will.
Daisy.
Hey, he said cow. All right, he said cow.
That's fine. Guys, have you seen how cute cows are?
Yes, they're very cute.
It makes them taste even better. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
But some people were bringing up the algorithm in the chat, and it's like, it's not that I'm ruining my own algorithm, because my algorithm is full of cat videos and cute art. All right, that is 100% of my feed, 100%, and One Piece, because I'm a fan of One Piece. And then watch a video, funny cat thing. Oh, P Diddy raping someone. Like it goes to what is the most trending thing at the moment. It seems like.
Yeah.
And it drives me nuts.
And I suppose that's what people are watching.
Yeah, and not only
Which is
that, it's
nasty.
very easy to exploit actually, because now with these systems and the absolutely uncontrolled network of bots that took over Twitter ever since Elon decided to stop working on a customer experience and start working on other things. Now you have the top things that are that's just force recommended onto you, no matter if it's trending, as Bimo said. If, for example, with the videos, those things can be bought. You can actually buy and monetize it officially. I'm not joking. There's an official feature of Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You can buy a hashtag and pay money to force push it up to the top 10 and even to top 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
That is ridiculous. It can't be just me. That has to be one of the first decisions you can do with.
Come on, you got like the fast pass at amusement parks. It's the same thing for advertising. You got
no, it's not the same thing as advertising, because you're fooling people into believing that is actually trending when it's not. You just paid a lot of money.
The check
think about it.
It's
just
priority.
Another way to monetize. Exactly. Like it was previously
It's a bad way to
under-monetized.
monetize. No, it's not. You can say that, well, loot boxes in video games is another way to monetize. They are a bad way to do monetization.
Take a deep breath.
All right.
What?
This is how we will.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is that good stuff.
I saw in so many memes.
I'm from the same country as you. Please just don't copyright strike us. But yes,
we're reacting to this.
You asked nicely that
fair use.
This guy, this is such a vibe. I don't. You know what? Usually, with anything, I'm very sensitive. Imagine, guys. Anything with harming animals. Yes, I know I should be a vegetarian with these principles, but no, anything with harming animals scares me. Then when harming cats, hearing the thing about harming animals, pets, very, very upsetting. But because he put it into a nice song, I can actually stomach this. So I'm sure you've heard this song.
Oh yeah.
If you haven't, hello. If you haven't, well, here it is.
Dogs.
I mean, oh, he's got a kalimba. I didn't see the kalimba. There we go.
Yeah, I gotta grab my kalimba in solidarity.
Yeah. Do you have it?
Wait, do we all have kalimbas?
I have one as well. Wait,
I have 3 of
Charles. Tell us you have a kalimba.
Just to my rib cage.
Fuck's sake! It's
That's on my rimba.
Perfect.
It's such a vibe. The meow got me, guys.
Oh no!
Meow got me.
That is such a great touch.
Meow.
He actually performed this in Europe last night. It was actually. Ooh,
there should be when the meow shows up. There should be like an AI image of like.
I'll show you.
Like
yeah.
A meal made out of a cat or something.
I'll transfer us to the live version, guys. To
my kalimba's out of tune. It's driving me nuts.
the background of it. If you just go to the Kipnis.
He played this live?
Yeah, he plays these songs live.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that requires some serious skill.
God, okay, so look at the slideshow. Okay, so look at the slideshow. And he's singing live. Yeah. What? Then look in the background.
Good old Simpsons.
And there you go. go. There you go. Do you see the meow in the background? There it is. There, you put
Awesome.
that in there. You get your wish, Hydra. Catalog. That's the thing. Whoa, 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 whoa is such a good thing. So, Europeans, go and watch the Kipnis. He will perform that live. He did this in Munich last night.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I never would have been able to predict that there would be, a song about, one of the presidential candidates talking about people eating pets.
And stuff that isn't necessarily...
I did not anticipate this one.
But yeah.
It's all right, all the bomb threats to the schools counteract it all.
No, there is no way he doesn't realize it's a joke. No. Trump posting it.
Oh, no, he knows it. He's like, it's a jab.
JD Vance admitted to lying about it.
Yes, I know. The problem is whenever you look at, you try to look at, any of the inner circle of the Trump MAGA people talking about it, and instead of them providing evidence of see, it's actually happening. Our presidential candidate was right. It's just them shouting at each other. You made him believe this. No, you made him believe. They are arguing over who actually made Trump believe this, because all of his advisors and people in the MAGA circle, except a very select few, say that this is not a real thing. And that is merely a convenient lie that is directionally correct. That is actually the term they used. I'm not joking. The directionally correct. This is
the best kind of correct.
We're going back to music, boys.
Yes, let's make a music about
the Trump song. I know I brought the Trump song, so I shouldn't be able to complain. But I was bringing it for the artistry. Okay, it was a good song. That's all I wanted to think. Okay, that's all I wanted.
Could use a kalimba.
Could use another kalimba.
Another kalimba, yeah.
I can't help but feel that there was space for more.
Oh, yours is so cute and small.
Isn't it cute?
Mine is 5 times the size of that.
Okay, so guys, that was supposed to be our intro for music, into music. Yeah. So as part of our intro for music, the thing that we're starting, because remember, I structured this show, so you guys have to feel. Okay. So I want to ask the panel, basically what this is going to be is just a big interview of the thinkers and a big share session. So Gordon says that's gay, but we were late, so that worked out. So it works out. So first question, guys, what is the significance of music to you? What is it? You can say it's not significant in your life, that it's just background noise, or
are we going clockwise or counterclockwise here?
We're going
because if we go counterclockwise, that means Hydra's first.
Okay, let's go counterclockwise.
Excuse me, what?
We are going to balance the latent gayness, so we're counterclockwise.
I can't be the only one hearing things. Yes.
Zach's I'm actually gonna share that music later on. But anyway, yes, Hydra, please answer the question.
In terms of music, wow, what do I like? Well, it's actually probably because I'm like the video game guy. I mainly interact with music in terms of video game soundtracks. And it can vary a little bit, but within I'm going to give you an example just and not talk around it. So for example, the Doom games have absolutely fantastic soundtracks all the way from the original to the new ones. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm just, I'm into the metal genre or whatever. I'm completely fine with something very different, like orchestral stuff. For example, the original soundtrack of the Rome Total War game, the one that came out in 2003, 2004. I think that is some of the best video game music ever made, especially for that time. With that technology of 2004, the first 3D real-time RTS games, That's kind of, I said that twice. I don't know why I said the real-time RTS, for fuck's sake. Anyway, first 3D RTS game, and they make this soundtrack for it, and it ends up being one of the best soundtracks ever, in my opinion, for strategy games. It's just so unique. It's got a feel. I'd seriously recommend every single one of you to at least take a peep at the original Rome Total War soundtracks. They are amazing. Medieval 2 also gets pretty close, but not as close. The original Rome Total War soundtracks are just not topped by anything.
For strategy games, is it background-ish music? Or
No. Background-ish when you are on the strategy main map.
Okay. Yeah.
But there are different levels of escalation if you are in a battle, how intense it gets. Like there is just the soldiers marching, like the initial skirmish, exchanging projectiles, charging each other, getting into melee, like all of this stuff. And the music all tracks when you're in the game. Like they have created a soundtrack with 2003, 2004 tech that is never out of sync with the player's actions. And that is incredible. That is beautiful, I think.
So you are you saying that's mostly where you experience music? That's
like my music experience comes from stuff like that, or like it's interactions with video games, or like say, wow, Mass Effect 2 had great soundtracks, and like it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm a fan of orchestra music. There are plenty of stuff that I don't like. But
it's where it's most important to you.
Yeah, that's just the area that's
based, not based. Okay, I don't know. They're laughing. Okay, so okay, so that was kind of what I was thinking, that Hydra would probably be about game soundtracks. We'll get more into which ones are your best and which ones are your worst, whatever. Charles, please share with the class.
Great soundtracks, but yeah, that's it.
Listen, I'm just a big fan of sounding, and we're all talking about sound today, so
thank you.
Today's
Charles.
my day.
Is that some gay stuff? I don't.
Yes.
Okay.
Listen,
cool.
only if you're not gay.
Just doesn't have to be. It's it's ambiguous.
Let's just keep the blanket statement. It's gay. All right.
Okay.
It's not gay.
Cool.
It's fun.
Okay.
It's fine being gay.
It's not very hygienal, but other than that, it's.
Oh God, that seems like it has to go with the back door, and then I'm not happy.
No.
No. It is complete front door.
Front doors.
Some might say that it's introducing an unsterile object to a sterile environment, but either way,
let's leave well enough alone.
Yeah.
2 front doors, 1 happy couple.
Docking?
Okay.
Why does it always have to be a sexual joke?
It always has to be, right? But you know what?
Have to be.
Just talking about sounding. That's all. We love music,
I'm not looking it up, okay? And now my phone.
Don't look it up, please.
Yeah,
my phone
good luck with that.
This is how Twitter's going to start showing me gay stuff. Okay. And which kind of gay stuff? Okay, can we just fuck you guys?
Anyways, music.
Yo, Beamer, I'm gonna fucking mute you.
Me?
Okay.
What did I do?
She's got a point.
You were just in my line of sight, so I said that. Okay.
Damn.
No, I support it.
Yeah, sex is totally gay, Patrick. You're right. Okay. So, Bimo, tell us, what is the significance of music in your life? Is it significant? Is it background music?
Okay, so music is very significant to my life. I was in theater for over 13 years.
So it was show tunes.
Part of it, yeah. I can't stand show tunes anymore because I was in it, so many of them. But like my dad, growing up, he was a musician. He was always doing music stuff. It's actually like he would work at the churches that we would go to. So as a worship pastor, so that was something that he was always into music. He had his own writing schemes. He had his own published music as well. And he would always try to get us to get into instruments. I do play the drums. I play the guitar. I wanted to play piano. It's just all these things that music was very important to me growing up. And it's one of those things that I always go back to. It's like, oh, everything sucks. All right, I'm going to listen to music.
Yeah. So it's something you go to, right?
Yeah.
It's part of your life. It's not just something that other people do and you just, experience it with them.
Yeah.
It's important to you.
It is.
So Also, with that, Hydra, I just want to say, is music important to you? Would you say? Was it in the way that Bimo just explained? Hydra, you're muted. Sorry.
He might be noshing. Oh,
it's kind of first of all difficult to answer. Not because it's difficult philosophically, but it's difficult because the chair just fell apart, and I'm putting it back together while I'm answering this question. But
sorry,
was it the chair that you were sitting in?
No, not. I'm in the middle of a setup alteration. It's very scuff, but I'm figuring it out. Anyway, music is important to me personally only in a manner whenever it appears together with video games. Basically, even when I listen to music, I mainly listen to just video game soundtracks or stuff that is related to it. So for me, it's a very, I wouldn't say biased view, but it's intrinsically connected, and it's more meaning for me especially. So that's the importance, is that it's always in relation to video games, never on its own. And I can't even really that I can enjoy some soundtracks that are just not in any games, but it's kind of taints my view, or everything is viewed through that lens. So yeah, different situation over here.
Okay.
But I do sometimes listen to music with the exact same with just the exact same response as being like, oh, things suck, let me listen to something.
Yeah, let me listen. So you do.
I'm working in a game engine or doing something else. Like it's a thing, but even then I mostly listen to game soundtracks.
I gotta fight back against Timoth. All right. There's nothing wrong with listening to soundtracks, especially game soundtracks. Because there's some of the amazing, best stuff you've ever heard is in game soundtracks. All right.
Sorry. Yes. Okay.
No, not the Mario Brothers theme. Okay,
there's some good stuff in there. There's a lot of ragtime
of a theme.
Okay, maybe with the whatever the fuck is it called? Which one is the Bowser thingy? That one is actually pretty good. I wasn't judging.
He's just asking.
Well, Bimo has decided, and now you are. Now you are in an argument.
He's just asking a question. Mamma mia. Okay.
Mamma mia.
Questions, okay. I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking questions.
Anyways, you hate music, right?
One more time.
You hate music.
I like music. I use it for quite a few different things. When I'm doing a bunch of bullshit on the computer, when I drove, I needed it to just
sounding,
just to go along with the sounding.
Please stop.
Thank you.
That was Bimo that did it. I can't help it if you
take that L.
If you
and you continued it, for fuck's sake.
I do not have any control.
He started being a child, and
I will behave myself from now.
Okay, you
I will go wherever the flow of the conversation is, and if
it's the classic. I was just following orders.
Yeah.
Okay,
and yes, I will jump off a cliff.
Nobody ordered him.
But
the thing to do.
The child living within him gave out the order, and the intrusive thoughts won out. That's what happened.
A lot of the editing I do, actually, music has a lot to do with it, because I tend to sync beats, because it's a type of editing where you cut something to a sound.
It's lovely. Yeah.
And I tend to have an idea and then work backwards from a sound or a song.
So
I like that.
You're into it. It's not just, it's significant to you.
I wish I knew it better, like on a mathematical sense, because there's times where I edit things. I know there's 23.98 or 24 frames a second or 30 frames a second, depending on what it is you're doing. And 60 seconds is a minute. I wish I knew, how many the beats, like I don't know any of that stuff. And it seems like it's just math. And I really should have tried to learn that.
It's literally just counting. It's just,
yeah,
it's not hard.
And there are those really great cases of coincidences where you can play a certain movie and it syncs up with certain albums and things like that. That's really awesome. But that's actually also just the rhythm of the way that we that we work. that causes that coincidence. There's a very smart video about it by what's it, Vsauce. Anyway, so anything else about the significance of it? What does it mean in your life? Is it the thing that you go to when shit? When things are shit?
I mean, it has multiple purposes. Not exclusively for shit.
Good. Yeah.
I would jump off a cliff if there was no such thing as music.
Yeah. I don't think humanity would.
And Charles would follow me because it's a cool thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gray.
And I would jump off a way without the need for the loss of music.
It would be better if there was a soundtrack to it. I'm just saying.
True.
Got a time.
Yes, give me an epic cutscene for my death, please.
Patrick's favorite song is this.
He listens to music.
No,
it's prawn music. I think he prefers the 70s kind with a little bit more of the like Waka Waka guitars. Like it's pretty awesome. It gets funky. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess what music is to me is like it's a cheat code. If you're looking for a certain mood or feelings or emotion, it's just like an enhancer. At times I've had a really unhealthy relationship with music. Like it was the only thing I cared about and like the only thing I was interested in. And then when it kind of blew up, it really put me off it for a while. But I think I have kind of the healthiest relationship with music that I've had in a long time where, it really helps so much. Like, if I'm doing something I don't want to do, I can easily get myself pumped up by adding the soundtrack to it. Really, to me, it just seems like a cheat code. Like it will either invoke certain emotions, help flush them out, or help really elevate them. It just seems to be an enhancer in every single way. But I love it. Yes. So I usually have like 2 headphones going. I've got kind of a few different. Well, okay. So it depends. Like right now I'm doing this stupid thing where I have to work out twice a day, but
stupid. Yeah. Sounds horrible.
Well, if I'm in my actual like gym, like in my house, then I'm usually watching a movie in one headphone and then I'm listening to something in the other one. Not ideal, but
multitasking.
Yeah. I try to. I'm failing at everything all at once.
But everything everywhere.
Yeah. If not, then I'm usually just have like a headphone and I'm like exercising outside or something. But it just it completely elevates that to another level. Like if I'm told like, okay, you've got to do this for 45 minutes, it's like, okay, that's gonna suck. If I've got like a good soundtrack going, like, man, that time can go by so fast.
Oh yeah.
So
listen to the Dragon Ball soundtrack.
Yeah,
that's workout music right there.
I gotta go Mick Gordon, the previously
good old Mick
Gordon. I don't know, nothing gets me going like Gent. Like man, that Doom is just, it's one of the soundtracks that's just like on repeat. Like if something makes me want to lift heavy stuff, it's Doom.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll get to lists and sharing and just say let's listen to this and whatever to discuss that. But what I do want to also share is what Bob says. Music is ultimate escapism, more so than any other art form. I don't know if you guys want to argue. Everybody can pick up
no argument
and put a song to it. Everyone can feel the emotion the music brings. It's the one thing we all relate to. Obviously, us hearing people, but
do you think that deaf people don't think of tunes?
You definitely need not apply.
No, I saw a video the other day. I don't know which concert it was. They have these vests that deaf people can put on.
Yeah, vibration suits, right?
Yeah. And you actually that is, I feel like rhythm is necessary with humans. So yeah, even then. But so I guess it is pretty significant. I guess getting to me, I'm the same as basically, okay, not exactly as Gray, because Gray's gone through a lot more with music than I have. But actually, I'm a mix of BMO and Gray because music is very important to me. very important to me. My dad plays guitar and drums, and my family was very musical, so it was really important from the beginning.
How long were you in choir?
Most of my school years I was in choir.
All right.
Yeah. So there was that, and obviously that brings the church thing in. But yeah, music is a hack. It is just that you want a mood, try and you could be in a bad mood and you listen to a good song, and eventually, I say you, but that's how it works for me, that I'm very easily influenced by music. So it's very hard for me to be very sad for long if I put on a happy song. So I've been
such
leaning.
A fucking cheat code.
It is a cheat code.
I envy you very, very much.
Like I could get irritated. Look, this has only been recently that I've done it, because what I would usually do is I would go into the bad emotion and play songs with that, because that would make me feel that emotion, get it out. Yeah, like Ray said. But now and you know who made me notice it? It was Family Guy. Because with Family Guy, there's a clip of Peter where he's in the car and he's crying, and he's listening to Goo Goo Dolls. I don't want the world to see.
Oh man, like, yeah, let's go.
And then the next song that comes on the radio is the happy song, and he goes, and he starts. Because I'm easily influenced by music, and that's exactly me. Is that actually, if I just get through that initial discomfort of having a happy song play while I'm sad, the song will help me feel better. So it changes my brain chemistry. It's such a hack. And yes, I waited until I was 33 to figure this out. So instead of listening to sad songs, I take a sad song and make it better. Anyway. So
what about conflicting songs? Like there's a lot of them that are like happy, like super upbeat. It's in a major key, but it's very depressing lyrics.
Like, hey,
yeah. Oh, we'll get to that. We will get to that.
Okay.
Because we are going to talk about lyrics versus the actual melody. So one of the other things, is there a person who influenced your view of music? So we kind of touched on that. And I just thought my keyword here is music is as a culture. Like, what is music culturally in your guys' background? I think there's Bimo said like it was from family. It feels like music is part of your anyone's cultural upbringing, and whether and that could be that the music is not important, or it could be that it is. So let's go again from Hydra. Culturally, what's music? What is music around you like? Yeah, you're muted. Otherwise, I'm okay.
Just fixing that chair.
Okay, it's just fixing the chair. Then
Very
we can go with Bimo.
Hydra just came back.
I am back. Sorry, I can always listen to you on my earphones, but I cannot sit on my chair where my computer is because it's fallen apart and I'm assembling it while talking to you. So I always have to run back and forth whenever you call my name to suddenly be able to add my 2 cents to the conversation. But despite all of this, I'm still here because I like
Hydra,
so much.
I got a song for you. I got a song for you. You got to listen to "I Fall Apart" by Post Malone as you're trying to put that back together.
While I audition for an IKEA interview, seriously, that's how I feel like this. It's like, please assemble the chair and sit down to begin the interview. What the fuck? Anyway, what was the question? Culturally influenced by music? How?
Yes, music as, just think of music as culture. The cats are going mad in the background, so I might have to.
Yeah, it's probably like I obviously discovered this life hack very early on that you're talking about, at least partially. It isn't as effective for me, but probably for the reason that in video games, music is always used to reinforce or invoke something else in relation. You know, you're in a creepy hallway, you want the music or soundtrack or just environmental noise comprised of something that gives that feel. if you're in a strategy game like Rome Total War and you're panning the map over like the Greek cities, you would want ideally like maybe a very priestess sounding solo about, I don't know, like preferably in Latin. If you're panning over the Arabia section of the map, you would want some Eastern,
some sitar.
And that, for me, it was always the music is going to reinforce this feeling of something else that you're engaging in, or it's going to invoke a meaning either parallel or opposite to this something else you're engaging in. So for me, it's always this dual thing of like, there is that music is always in tandem with something, never alone, to so much that if I just listen to a video game soundtrack, I automatically get the flashbacks or immediately like associate with, obviously, like, oh, this is the game, this is how it works, this is how you like for me, it's just completely molded together in separate, and that is why this is probably the reason why it influenced me so much, or in this way.
And did you have any influences from other people? Did you just discover this yourself when you had your own?
No, just myself and my constant video gameness. And now that I study them and do stuff in game engines, it's only going to get stronger, I suppose. But it's good for my interest specifically, so not complaining. But yeah, that's it. It's for that reason.
Okay, you can go and continue with your chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'm in the middle of something, but I can still hear all of you. I just need to run back here to speak.
So, is this the question? Who influenced your approach to music, or like what?
To generalize, yeah. Who influenced your? So speak a bit more about who influenced your approach to music. What is music culturally in your context?
So I already talked about how my family was always involved in music stuff from a very early age. But there are a couple people in my life specifically that made me love music. My dad was one of them, because my dad was always, he was just randomly would sing songs. I remember like every time I would go and do something hard, he would just start singing Fortunate Son.
Okay.
And I can't. That
is a fucking meme. Wow.
I know.
I cannot believe you.
I know. This dude was hilarious. Like he was absolutely hilarious. And that still gets stuck in my head. Like when I'm going on a jog, when I'm doing something hard, Fortunate Son starts playing in my head.
That's cool.
But it's little things like that. But it's like my choir teacher gave me a strict love for music. And then a close friend of mine introduced me to metal music, and that was my awakening for our true appreciation for music, because that actually led to me going to concerts, that led to me getting to know certain people in bands and getting to know what their idea of music is. Some of that was really helpful because my church held metal concerts at the church, which is wild.
Wow, that's cool.
Holy fuck. Okay, wow, that's
great.
Awesome. I wish they would do that in other nations.
My church
that would make some religions far more popular.
Yeah, so pretty much the church I was at for quite a few years in a row, they had a thing called Rock Fest that they would basically take all the Christian metal bands in the area, but not even in the area, just like headlining Christian rock bands and metal bands, and put them on a stage in the middle of nowhere. And that's just opened me up to really appreciate certain types of music. So yeah, culturally, it's very important to me. It was a big part of my family. My family had like a big Irish background. So like Irish folk music was also a thing that like I could never escape. Like it's just constantly playing. I couldn't even tell you what my mom would always be playing some sort of Irish folk music all the time, or Casting Crowns. That was the other band that she would just constantly play.
So I would like to ask then, especially considering, and also you are about a decade younger than me.
About, yeah.
More than a decade.
What?
Now,
no,
did you have...
Quite. I'm 27.
Okay, yeah. So did you you had metal, but it was actually Christian metal. So did you meet with any sort of what do you call it, cultural backlash? You don't seem to have had that backlash of being interested in metal.
I never had the "why are you listening to the satanic music?"
Okay.
I never had that. My sister tried to do that to me once, and then she learned that she liked the music I was listening to. The only issue that like happened once was I was listening to Green Day, and my parents heard that there was swearing in the music. That's as far as it went.
Yeah. Okay. That's as far as like music. That's part of my next question is about music as identity, but I'll get to that.
Oh my gosh, Stryper was brought up. So I actually my dad he had a bunch of records for Stryper, and he had a lot of fun stories about going to Stryper concerts. So that's a big part. I don't like Stryper. I think power metal is a little boring, but I mean, it can be good. There's some good ones out there. Under Oath has actually showed up at my band, at my church that I went to.
Yeah, I was assuming it was more like them or the Chariot type deal.
Under Oath, Devil Wears Prada. We had 9 Lashes, Red, Project 86.
You guys are so spoiled because that's where all the music comes from.
We almost had Skillet at our church at one point.
Oh, wow. Almost. God damn it.
Almost. There was an emergency that made it so that they couldn't show up.
Charles, I suppose, are you away, Charles? We can go to Gray while
he might also Charles be fixing a chair.
So Gray, what was the music culture coming up? We'll go through. I want you guys to go through your journeys through genres and stuff later, but cultural.
So like none. My parents like kind of listened to music, but it's not like they had like albums or like stereos or anything like that. It was always just like in their car, usually the radio. My dad had like 3 things that he'd kind of like vacillate between. Essentially it was either like Frank Sinatra, which I mean they're classics, but you do kind of get sick of that if that's all. Could you say
he had it his way?
He wanted it to be, but you know, the summer wind it came blowing in, and I don't know. So yeah, it was like either Frank Sinatra, Jimmy Buffett, or Robert Earl Keen Jr., which
my gosh,
it's a very eclectic group, but yeah, I really hated those artists as a kid, and I have so much more appreciation for them now.
Yep.
And then my mom pretty much just listened to either the radio or like anything from Lilith Fair, essentially. So I don't know. There was a lot of, I guess, like music, but it just kind of seemed like background noise. It was never anything that I really paid attention to. No one in my family is like musical or anything. I think one of my grandmas like played piano or something, but nobody in my family is musical or anything like that. So I don't know. I just kind of discovered like punk music and is like, oh shit, like I can actually do that. Like, yeah, maybe I can't learn like Eruption, but it's like, oh, I can play 4 chords and I can just like strum really fast, all downstrokes. Like, yes. So that was kind of the thing that just kind of like clicked for me. It was like, oh shit, I can do this.
Are you a Rise Against fan?
I liked Rise Against. I was more like Refused.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can get with it.
So how did you discover it? Bimo says a friend got him into metal. How did you get it?
Well, how to get into music? Oh man.
I'm asking Gray, but Hadra, you can tell us after Gray.
Okay.
I think honestly
I just wait. Is that what? It's just I was looking at. Hold on, something. For fuck's sake, it broke again. I'll be back.
It's an Allen key, man. They're the worst.
Yeah, great.
I have no idea like where I first discovered it. Like it totally would have been Black Flag. I think I just bought like their CD out of nowhere. And it just kind of like changed me. So I don't know. Like I don't have a
you're just
friend that like
self-discovery. That's okay. Total thing.
Kind of. Yeah, like I maybe I heard it on the radio and then I decided to just go. But it was so I'm a little bit older. We didn't have like the internet like it is now. Like you couldn't just like search music and shit. Like everything was physical. So you had to actually go someplace and buy an album.
Listen to the songs. Yeah.
Well,
At the
so
music
that was a
store.
huge advancement. I think like Borders or something was like the first one that I went to where
They
you
had
could actually
those
like scan the
stands.
barcode and
Yeah.
like listen to it. Before that, it was a crapshoot. Like you didn't know what you were gonna get, and it's like maybe you know like one album on or one track on the album, but and then a little bit later, things like LimeWire came out and Napster and stuff, and you
Good
could
old
sample a
Napster.
bunch of music. But I don't know, just everyone is so spoiled today between like Spotify and YouTube. Like you can discover almost anyone's album, you can discover almost anyone's like entire discography and find out if it is something you want. But it did kind of kill the album. Albums aren't really a thing anymore.
Oh, I love albums. Oh God, well, to get into formats and what music is like now.
Yeah, I think it was just hanging around at a record store is kind of what got me to actually
they were
like
record
look
stores.
at a couple of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the things, the reason I asked about the culture around music as in the context is because music is like a medium for me at least. It's a medium for our identity, a person's identity. Like it seems like for me, because music was significant, it was significant in my family, cool, so we could enjoy it the way it was in my family. But then stepping out of it and finding my own music that I was interested in was also part of finding my own identity. But I don't have to like the music that everybody else likes. I will like the music that I like. And that also became part like of a huge thing for me when I was younger, where it was about, oh no, I have to have the goth identity because I listen to this music and that's that sort of thing. And now I'm so misunderstood because of this music. And that sort of and having the
only black kittens can listen to this music.
All
you
of
can't
this.
be a striped kitten, not allowed.
Yeah, you can't. No, you have to have, and you have to have the most sad songs and the most painful songs. And listen, they got me through. I won't go against them.
You were My Chemical Romance man, weren't you?
I'll try and find some that the pictures like I was very pubescent. Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hi, Sparkles. Yeah, nothing wrong. It was natural. So yeah, I just wanted to know what do you think it did that for your guys' identity? Did you use it as a
100%?
A lot of teenagers did.
I listened to so much emo music growing up. So much.
It's the music you listen to is
Yes,
and
I'm
you
the
said you were
exception,
Hey, Hydra?
I guess I'm the exception. I never had the like big music change of like
never had
teenagers emo thing or anything. It's
no, you don't need to have that. That's not what I'm saying. Like,
no,
you
it's
don't
just
have to have
it never changed or evolved. I guess my music tastes more static. I guess.
Yeah, because you didn't have. Because I mean, we were talking about having a context that gave us certain.
Yeah, and my context is always the same. It's always the same dual interpretations. I guess there is really no pressure or motivation for anything to change.
Daisy, so Daisy has asked us to talk about the wrong thing. Sorry, we are not there yet. She's moved my whole iPad.
I would so switch places. I would prefer a cat walking over a keyboard versus having to reassemble a chair repeatedly. Okay, do you have any idea
you're just
how
enjoying your visit with Jab,
this
all
shit,
right?
and then it's immediately
he's at Jab's house.
Okay, give me the cat walking over the keyboard any time of the day.
So here is a more specific question, guys. How do you experience music nowadays? So is it radio, Spotify? Do you have it on headphones? Do you have a sound system? We can talk about the history of all of that, because Gray said they didn't really have his parents didn't have a like a sound system or things like that. But what now? How do you experience music now? Whoever wants to go can go.
It might take Hydra a second. I will just talk over BMO because
I was right here, but I was too polite to start.
Whoever goes.
I'm not polite. I'm American. The press, Hydra. Would you want to go? You're right by your mic, man.
I am here. I have arrived. Okay, so I am in an awkward position. I'm trying to do this without the chair because it fell apart again, and I reassembled it for like the 7th time throughout the stream.
Sit on the floor.
But for me, sometimes yes, but yeah, for me it's always earphones or headphones, no other way.
Okay.
Because of mobility, how I like it, the extra quality, how it's not lost depending on what room you are in, and I can just do shit while it's happening. So that's basically why that setup is the most attractive to me.
It's most polite, yeah. Gray, how do you listen to music? With your ears?
Generally. But sometimes I like to feel it. You know, I just put in earplugs and just go all bass. No, so it kind of depends what I'm doing. Like in the car, like if I'm driving, I usually like have it pretty cranked and it's going amazing.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, pretty much headphones. But if I'm mixing, from my music days, I have some pretty powerful monitors here. So if I do want to actually mix something, or if I do want to hear something and get some thump, like these are loud. But to be honest, I hardly ever do that anymore. Usually I just have like I was saying, if I'm working out, I have one earbud in and then one's usually playing something else. You know, I want to be far away from what I'm actually physically doing.
What earbuds do you have?
So I've got a whole bunch of them. The ones that I love the most are called like Sound Peats. They're like these really cheap ones I got off Amazon. I've got like some AirPod Pros and they kind of suck. I hate the way that they like fit in my ear and everything. But technically it's got a little bit more high fidelity to it. But I don't know. I just kind of have some cheap ones. If I'm really looking to like listen for the clarity of it, I'll put it through my monitors. They're right in front of me, but I don't know. If I'm doing a stream or something, you know, like it'll feedback. So I usually have those off unless I really need to crank something.
Question, Gray.
Yeah.
FLAC or MP3?
So it really depends. If you can get the uncompressed thing, like it would be great to have like the FLAC stuff, but it seems like everything from now on basically is MP3s. So I'm
pretty much
just learned to deal with it. But even with a lot of professional audio, like they basically want you to deliver it in MP3, which is really strange. So I don't know. I've come to terms with it, but it's very compressed. You lose a lot of midsection, but it is weird because it's gotten so much better. I remember like the original MP3s we had, like every symbol would just sound so washy. Like it just, it made the highs sound really bad. They're getting pretty good fidelity wise, but it's still extremely compressed. Like, you know, it's not the best version of it that you can get. I love vinyl. Like if I could just sit there and listen to a record, that's the best way to experience it.
What would you recommend out of the following, Ray? Because I can only work with AIF, WAV, MP3, or OGG. Those are the only ones that fit inside the modern game engines I work with. So if I had to choose,
MP3's it's pretty standard. I think I'd go with that because you get like compression, so it's not the biggest file, and then it's pretty damn standard. But it kind of depends. If you're going for like fidelity, I know a lot of those are bigger files. They would probably have more clarity in them.
Yeah, like because you were talking about like how much, which I know, by the way, I know about the drama of the unfortunate downscaling of Doom Eternal soundtrack and what happened to it. That so much quality can be lost with some of these audio files, but unfortunately technology standardization and what fits inside all sorts of different programs and compatibility force really down to a small selection, if that, what you can do.
Yeah, they're coming up with new ways to like codex it and stuff. Like it's got like built-in compansion, so it like compresses upon like recording and then expands upon playback. It's really weird, but everything's getting better.
All right. So
Bimo, how do you enjoy music, sir?
So I used to use some earbuds that were like $60-$70 because they were kind of mid-range. I recently was able to buy some Sony over-the-ear headphones, or cans, as some people call them. And they're all right. They do a pretty good job. Actually, the headphones I have on right now, when I'm using my PC, are pretty high-end. They're Audio Technica. And I mean, that's high-end for me at least. and they make things sound good. Bassy things are very bassy, trebly things are very trebly, but ultimately, the usual way I go about things is I'll use my over-the-ear headphones when I'm out in public, because I think it can be kind of disrespectful socially to just like blast metal music all over the place.
Yeah.
There are some people around here that do it, and they just get the dirtiest looks, and it makes me laugh.
This is rude. Yeah, it's unnecessary.
I think some people are a little too sensitive to that, honestly.
No, I don't care what music it is. It's just
okay. There is a difference between it being the high point of summer with full heat, and you have your car windows down or whatever, or for some other reason, because it's not summer. Let's say whatever, and then the music, you can hear the music from within, versus I'm going to slowly roll across this road in a fucking Triumph, blasting at the highest possible volume. Okay, I believe we should socially ostracize those that force their musical taste upon us. Okay, it's not a nice thing to do.
I'd rather the music tastes than be people vaping. You know, like people vaping, blowing that pineapple flavored smoke all over the place. But back to the question. Usually I'll crank it up in my car, just like Gray, because I have a pretty nice sound system in my car. Surprisingly, it came stock that way, and I was like, "Oh, sweet." But yeah, those are the two ways that I usually listen to music. Otherwise, I don't usually play music if other people hear it, unless I don't care. If I'm like working out, sometimes I'll just have a speaker playing instead.
So, do you have a speaker? I was going to ask you. So, Gray's got monitors and things. Do you have like a little Bluetooth speaker or something?
I do. It's not very good, but it's good enough for me to go to the park and take it all the way up to the top, and then, I mean, barely any people visit the park anyway, so I can just play it. Vape lungs matter? No, they don't. I gave up my vaping years ago because of my lungs. I started doing hiking, and I nearly died because I couldn't breathe. I was like, no, I'm good.
If
no
I smoked, I would be so bad. Today, I used the stairs instead of the lift, and I live in a high rise, and it was tough going. If I was a smoker, I don't have lung capacity. I've got to get back to swimming so I can. Anyway, just do the breathing. But anyway, we have Hydra. You also just have headphones, it seems. Great.
Yeah,
Charles.
I will be right back.
Specifically, so I'm pretty much of a I'm a big sucker for audio quality.
Oh, so are you an audiophile?
My preference for people being private, the fact that I'm the one who always uses headphones, earphones.
You're very sensitive as well.
Yeah. If plus the sensory hypersensitivity. I'd fuck you if you're blasting your music in my face. Get a headphone.
No, but you also just, even for the quality of audio, you will notice if something is off.
You are blasting the music and it doesn't even sound good. At least if you're forcing it on me, at least have it be quality music.
Okay, so that being said, though, do you guys go to performances of music? As the
yes.
Okay. Oh, before we get to that, sorry, I do want to ask you guys. Let's see how many people use Spotify, how many people use Apple Music, how many are on YouTube Music. What apps do you guys use?
Spotify. It's pretty amazing. I was totally against it, but it seems to be somewhat ethical with how much they actually pay the artist for every play, where a lot of the other ones don't necessarily get that. And then, my God, like, just the selection is like uncanny.
Everything.
I have listened to so much more music since getting a Spotify subscription than I think I did in like the whole decade prior to it. So big fan.
And your Spotify behavior, do you listen to like the curations or, like
almost never
For You playlists and things like that? Or do you just listen to
the only like kind of thing that I do kind of like that is when an album finishes, like if I'm still lifting or whatever, it'll autoplay one of their kind of playlists for you where it's similar tracks or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't hate that. I've been introduced to a couple of bands that way, but usually no, it's just something I'm seeking out.
Same. I'm stuck with mine. Like some people really do. They do that for you weekly, and they go and listen to new music and stuff, and that's great for them. But for me, I'm just there listening to. I'm very slow on the uptake of new music. I'm very particular. So that's you. I'm also on Spotify. I do the same thing. BMO was saying that Spotify is expensive. Spotify was quite reasonable. I moved from Google Music to Spotify. Google Play Music. I think Google Play Music was in South Africa before Spotify. Then Spotify came along. We were so excited, and then they didn't have Tool on Spotify for quite a while because Tool didn't want to be on Spotify. And then finally they did. They put their discography on there. So I'm very happy. Hydra, what do you listen to? Like,
YouTube, basically. I never ever touched any other music apps in my entire life because I had really no reason to. So that's again, no motivation for it.
What is Smart Shuffle?
Oh, the paradox. Oh, fuck, it fell. Hold it.
Oh no, okay. I'm sorry for laughing at you.
Yeah, Smart Shuffle was this Spotify thing where essentially it was originally like it was a requested feature to have it just randomly shuffle your songs into the random order so you can listen to stuff that you already have. But an interesting human paradox occurred where random shuffling would produce sequences that did not feel random.
Yes.
Like
yes. I saw that.
iTunes ran into that too,
etc., which is just math stuff. I think Vsauce did an interesting video.
Yes, Vsauce.
But yeah, it's basically you have to make it less random so that the human brain feels that it's more random. Yeah, essentially.
A good question, darling. I've got the app because it's bloatware on my device. What is the difference between listening to music on YouTube versus YouTube Music? I suppose you don't have a video, but Spotify is also starting to put little videos, clips on the videos on the music. So I don't know, guys. Bob and Wallace can tell us about YouTube Music. What the difference is? Is it good? Does it have the same sort of? You can make playlists. I suppose that's what it does. I've just never gone into it. I do have premium, so I could try it, but look, I guess
Louise is saying it also adds recommended songs in the list. That I don't know if I'd like that.
When you listen to a band radio on Spotify, what that does is it does that sort of thing.
But it will still recommend it to you unless you were to save an entire band's discography as a playlist.
Yeah, that's what I've done. I've got all ting-tings, all lawn. Like I just went and put it all into one playlist because I was like, this, just this, okay? Just this.
But you can turn off the radio function. It just removes a lot of the shuffle stuff that it will do.
I'm okay with that. We'll get into album structure and things like that because I actually don't mind having the pattern. I used to listen to my CDs and I would know the next song. So, now if I don't have that, why? I like to experience a full album. Okay. Are we through that? Spotify. So everybody, you use what do you use then? You use YouTube. Bimo?
I use Spotify for the most part, unless I'm looking for something that is not on Spotify. There's a band I've recently come to called Fame on Fire. They're a cover band, but they do like rock metal-esque covers of pop songs. And they have some pretty good original music that is only on YouTube. So I'll play it on YouTube.
So apparently it's better music quality, according to Bob. So that's interesting.
It can be.
All right. So let's go back to the performance question. As an audience member, when was the last time you went to a live performance?
Last year.
Last year? What did you go and see?
REO Speedwagon. So it's actually funny because it was more than just an audience member. I was working security for that event, so I got to hang out with them before they got on stage.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they were really cool people. And if you haven't, I can almost guarantee that you've heard REO Speedwagon's music before because they've got some major hits. Yeah, it was just a fantastic example of seeing a really old group of people that have been doing music for a very long time, just singing their hearts out and sounding exactly like they did 30 to 40 years ago. It was awesome. Fantastic.
Right?
I've been to many live performances.
That's the thing. I was going to also tell us about your latest live performance, but also just whether live performances are worth it to you guys.
Oh,
great. Yeah. What's your latest show?
Yeah, I love live concerts. I used to go way more. Like it was almost like a, I don't know, few times a week thing. And I've definitely gone to way less now. Kind of more once every month, every couple of weeks, something like that. For a while, like I just completely kind of was jaded to all of music. But yeah, I went to one not too long ago. I guess it was August something, so maybe it's been about a month. But
wow.
Yeah, they do like a summer concert series, so there's like kind of a bunch of big bands that kind of keep touring from like city to city, and then I think it's generally the weekends they end up, or I guess it isn't the weekends because mine's at the middle of the week. Anyway, they end up doing like kind of a festival thing, but it's like a 1-day thing. So yeah, I think Jungle was the last one that I went to, and then before that Idols was like the last actual show I went to. I think that was like 3 months ago. Idols was pretty intense. I haven't seen a band that played for like an hour and a half in a long time, and man, that was a lot of energy, a lot of intensity.
Yeah, that's the thing about having a single performance, like a headline, just a normal headlining band. It's fun, but having it just be their performance is, I would say, it's way better. When I saw Muse live, it was at a festival, and I would have preferred it to be. I still consider myself not having seen a real Muse concert because I haven't gone to just Muse playing an arena or something like that.
There is something different to one of those, and the intimacy of like a club show as well. It just, man, it is completely different. I agree with you.
I used to go to gigs a lot. They were in the South African bands. We used to follow a lot of the South African bands all around Johannesburg, and that as well. Like, so gigs are a different thing to a huge stadium performance, of course, but they are just as enjoyable, I would say. It just,
they can be.
Just, I don't know. That's the thing. That reason I wanted to talk about live performance, because it just feels so good. I love just being in a whole, like, usually I don't like people, but the fact is that we're all listening to the same thing and we're all just jamming to the same song. It's beautiful and powerful and like, best. But then, you know, as I've gotten older, I've gone to fewer shows. I've probably lost a lot of hearing as well from all of that stuff. But yes, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I would like be the person that would stand in the front for like 12 hours because I want to see all of the bands, and you know, that was what we were doing with our lives for a while. But who else? Hydra, have you seen a live performance? When was the last one you went to, if there is one?
Oh man, the last time I went to a live performance was, I think, a rock opera.
Ooh,
nice.
Like a festival.
I'll send you the what it exactly was, Bimo, but
please do.
It's you won't be able to understand a word, but it's still cool.
I don't care if I listen to Japanese music. All right,
yeah,
I listen to that Tibetan.
I don't. That was pretty much the only time, I think, because I don't like live performances, but that's more so because of my health and not so much because of preference. It's not really a choice for me to go to places to listen to music. It's even though I want to sometimes. So
okay. With Charles, okay. Well, with that as well. Oh, just by the way, my last live performance was actually Hans Zimmer. So it was all orchestral. Yeah. There is Kasabian coming here in October, and I'm tempted to go there, but I might have to drag Ali because Gordon does not want to go to a concert. And I already dragged him to Hans Zimmer, and I was loving it. It was for my birthday, so everybody had to just deal with it.
So you felt special?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was going mad. Okay, like just loving it and woo and all of that, and singing along and whatever. And Ali and her husband are like, and Gordon is just, I recognize
really
the line.
It's Hans Zimmer. Like, how would they not be into that?
No, they were kind of okay, cool. They weren't as into. Then Ali afterwards, she started listening to the soundtracks, and she was like, "Oh my god, it was so great." So I'm like, you got to listen to it while you're there. It was so great seeing it live. Even that kind of music can be incredible just listening with a whole bunch of people. It's just it's crazy. Actually, I could get tearful from it. Speaking of that, Gray, if you are comfortable, would you tell us what it's like? Okay, I have performed music before, but it's been to my high school. So it hasn't been, not even my high school, it's been to like the music kids' parents. Okay. That's my experience of performing. And then maybe at my guitar concerts where everybody sits on the stage and plays guitar. And that's my experience of being a performer of music. Anything you can share with us about what is it? Does it feel good to be a performer?
Yes and no. So yeah, like I wish Charles was here because I think he'd have a lot to say about this too. Because I think what he did and what he does is extremely. It takes so much more courage. It's so easy to kind of hide behind an instrument, but it's the exact same thing as you were talking about, where like you've practiced this thing. Okay, there's a whole bunch of you, so it's not the same as kind of like getting up there and just one person, one mic. Like that seems just so ballsy, and that would be intimidating to me. The couple times I did try like an open mic, it just, it kind of put me in my place. But you totally get over nerves. Like, I don't know if you were nervous, like with the guitar concert thing where there's a bunch of you, or playing for the people's parents. But I gotta say, the thing that was the most nerve-wracking for me is like the first band I was in, we got booked for like this talent show at the school. So it was like for everybody, and then everybody's supposed to like vote by the end of it. And that to me was the most nerve-wracking because it's a whole bunch of people, and it's something that like you've never done before. But after that, we were able to do club gigs very easily. And when you're starting out, almost nobody is there. It's usually kind of like a bringer show. So anyone you can actually bring, like, cool. But if not, it's not like there's walk-ins who are like, hey, you know who I want to see? Some unknown band for $5. So I don't know. You just kind of get used to performing for nobody, and you just kind of keep trying to level up in a way. But it's easy. Like you've got other people with you. It's something that you can keep practicing and you can rehearse easily. You're trying to match. Hopefully you've recorded and realized what it sounds like, but then you're trying to essentially match that recording. Where I don't know, comedy just seems like something completely different to me. Like you have to be in that moment, and you have to be connecting with that audience. Like you can win an audience over with some really good music. Like that's not that hard. It just has to be good. So I don't know. We definitely spent a lot more time on songwriting than like stage presence or anything like that. We did not have a ton of it. We were a little laid back, and we blew a couple PAs because they assumed we were kind of like a different style band, like weren't as loud as we were going to be. So I don't know. There's a lot I would have done differently, but there's not a ton to it. It's the same type of deal. If you've ever like gotten up in front of everyone and given a speech or something, it's that.
Really?
A lot of the times, essentially, like that's what it feels like. You're performing to a crowd. Yes. So if you can actually win over the crowd, or when you get that moment where you're all in sync, like it is just locked in, like that is amazing. I haven't felt a euphoria like that. It is beyond a drug. Like we had a couple times where we had very favorable crowds that were, you know, pretty decent size, and they were actually like kind of screaming the lyrics back to us of something that like we wrote like in a van. It just
that's crazy.
It kind of blows your mind. Like so something like that I've never experienced it anywhere else other than that, and that was amazing, and that's what makes you keep wanting to go back. But those moments are fleeting. Like it's a lot of performing to a crowd that doesn't want to see you. We were usually the openers, so it's trying to win over people or people that have their backs turned to you if they're there at all. So
it's tough.
That part's, it's not fun, but like it helps. They're fun memories to go back to. It does feel like a point of pride, like trying to win them over. But yeah, in the moment, it's not fun. If it's just nothing but that, like nothing but bombing. Oh, and then those times that you bomb, like it.
Yeah, what's the
hurts.
bombing feeling like? Well, it's because how do you?
So
what is bombing when it comes to the music? Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's, you know, you've got 3 people in the room and you can tell that they just hate you. The bar staff hates you. The person who like booked the show is just upset. Yeah, like there's just this energy that's just like gone from the room. That sucks. I haven't personally been in a band that's really performed bad, like to the crowd, but when they're all kind of booing you, throwing stuff at you, perhaps even like starting fights, like that sucks. I've definitely been there, and I've been part of the crowd that definitely got a fight started. But yeah.
Great. How could
you? I was an ass.
It was just so bad.
It's as simple as that.
He was sucked into the behavior. Yeah, he did. He was like, "How could you do this?" And all of a sudden, he was on the other end. I was like, "Yeah, fuck him."
Well, no, there was this straight edge band who dedicated their set to the guy that shot Dimebag, and I kept swearing at them and yelling a bunch at them, and then their fans kind of jumped me after their set.
Jesus. Charles,
so I felt justified. Hey, Charles.
Hi.
You want to talk about live performing, right? I just got asked. I just got asked the question, what it's like when you bomb. Have you ever experienced bombing? I got to say, the worst bombing that I have experienced was.
Have you ever bombed an auditorium?
It was. It was just me and a mic, and just man, it was just crickets. Like I've never felt anything like that. Like musically, the worst we got was like nobody showed up or nobody clapped. But you know, you still have a feeling of like, no, I performed the hell out of that song, and that's a good song. But I didn't have that feeling when I bombed in comedy. Like, man, that was tough.
Okay, so bombing in comedy. So I would say, yeah, it seems like you can perform your song the way it's supposed to be performed, and actually at least take that with you. But
well, and you can practice it too. You know exactly how the song's gonna go. Like it's not hard, but like comedy, I don't think you can just practice in front of a mirror and have like a set that where I think Charles could talk to this much better, being that he was a professional. But you probably never bombed, right? So you wouldn't have it in.
Charles, tell us what the last live music show you went to was. When was the last live music? What was it that you went to?
Deftones.
Oh, nice.
Based.
Was it good?
I think so. I got my ass kicked, and that was the last time. Like, I was too close to the floor there, and I was just catching strays.
Okay, so yeah, that's another
mosh pit, or just targeted.
No, mosh pit or whatever the fucking
the mosh pit.
These kids.
I'm not really interested in mosh pits.
It's so much fun.
I wasn't there for that. And
no, I'm at the front by the gate, the railing, right? So I'm gonna hold on to that, and then everybody can mosh behind me. That's basically what I would do. And
I have some form of
friends. Yeah.
social anxieties, and like that crowd just like
that's hell.
shoulder to shoulder is like, this is awful. What are we doing here?
Okay, I at least have
You have to
the
bob up
privilege.
and down to waves of electricity that your brain sends to you. That's what you're.
I'm okay with. I guess I'm okay with it. I haven't been in a big crowd for a while, but when I was younger, it didn't bother me. Just the mosh pit would bother me because people must not run at each other and knock each other. That's just
but the
too
pit's
violent
so
for me.
fun.
Swinging and just
You don't have to do that. And
I'm not
all you
enjoying
have
the
to
music
do is
that
swing
way.
first. And
I just want to jump
Okay.
up and down. That's it. That's what I want to do.
swing
And then-
first.
you could do that in a pit.
Yeah, no, I don't know. They're weird things. I mean, they look cool, but inside them, no.
Yeah, because I
I
like
agree.
lose track of what the song is, and like I'm just
Oh,
not
you
having
got to
it.
mosh to the song, man.
Oh, there you go. Exactly. Listen, I did that with my short female friend, shorter than me. So I guess I'm a man now.
Yes, you are.
But it was like a
Of
local
course, it's
show.
like your short friend that you know has social anxiety is like, I want to go in there. It's like,
No, you
okay,
don't.
fine, but we're going out immediately.
She
You
didn't
can't
wanna
go
go
out
there.
immediately.
She didn't want to go in
Circles
there.
of death are dangerous.
She didn't want to go in there. And they
Man,
came
circle
after
pits are
her.
awesome. Wall of Death
And
is
then-
just fine.
Wall of
Yeah,
Death,
exactly.
I learned very quickly not to wear a hat or any sort of jewelry. That's for sure.
You can wear jewelry. You just have to be cool with losing it.
Nah. Got
I
it
had a
ripped
lot of
right out of my
jewelry on.
ear.
I never,
Jeez.
yeah, you see, I just never went in. I was always on the periphery. Also, you use the mosh pit as a time to get closer to the front of the stage because everyone else is doing their shit. Anyway, Charles, we were talking about being a performer. Because one of the things that I was so like excited about with live performance, it feels good to be part of the audience. But I wanted to know what it's like being the performer. And Gray said that he had some good times where, like he had the people singing the lyrics back, and that was great. And he did say that
It's a
for
high like nothing
comedy-
else, and it
Right.
makes you
Yeah.
want to chase that.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Like, I didn't have that. Okay, so look, this is my basic performance stuff. It was even with choir, having a good performance of choir, it was actually the act of performing and singing the song right and getting all of the parts right and all of that. That felt good. But I can only imagine having feedback from the crowd as well. That must be freaking euphoric. I'm sorry. It must be, because I feel good in the crowd, and I would just imagining how it feels to play and get it right, multiplied by having good feedback. So then what Gray was saying is that as a comedian, it's way more difficult to get that sort of feedback. Well, you have it more immediately. You have to have the laugh, otherwise you're bombing, right?
Well, not necessarily. The like orgasm feeling from a strong laugh is much faster.
It goes like this.
It's powerful, but like you don't have
Like
enough time
that.
to soak it up.
Yeah.
On the other hand,
Next one, yeah.
On the other hand, if you're stuck and
Mhm.
you're searching for something, every second feels like an hour where you're like, wait, what was I going to say? And that time just feels so long.
It feels so long, yet you go through like,
Right.
okay, so like you got 2 minutes or whatever. Like this is 2 minutes of material, but you're done in like 50 seconds. It's like, oh my God. But it felt like it was like, I can't explain it, man.
Right. Right.
Way longer. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Your
Time
brain does
messes
that.
with you,
Mhm.
especially if you want it. It's like, but if you're like, help, hurry. Time's like,
so when it goes well, does it do the thing of where you're like, whoa, what the hell? Like you don't even realize you were doing it. Does it do that in comedy?
There's
where
a
it's like it goes
there's
so
a-
quickly if it's going well.
there's a clip of me on YouTube where I had a strong laugh line, and
Mhm.
physically I was ready. My timing, I was ready for the next bit, and physically you could see me do some sort of thing because my everything,
Like-
my muscle memory, everything wanted to go to the next part, but they were still laughing, so I had to like stop myself in my mouth, but like I'll find it. I wish I'd prepared for it, but like you could physically see me do some sort of thing where it's my body's ready to go, but I'm
That's cool. Yeah, please do, Frank. Just have a look for it now. That is really cool. So it's an interesting kind of. That's. I mean, I wanted that as well. I wanted to be a musician because of that feeling that music gave me. And I mean, even from just literal, like I said, from choir, I can just imagine. Oh, I can totally understand. It's like different kind of orgasms that with comedy, it's like it's one after the other, and you have to go to the next and next and next. Whereas I suppose, Gray, would it be that you have a good song and then you have to get a good set? So
yeah, but you can also get like an awkward like experience after a song, like if you end it abruptly or if it has kind of like a trick ending or something. So it's different. Like with comedy, it's like constant feedback and it's like instantaneous where I don't know, you can kind of read the vibe of the audience like as you're performing, like whether they're into it or not. But I don't know. There's definitely a lot more time in between. Like in the middle of a song, it's kind of hard to tell how into it they are. Every once in a while you get people screaming, but like if you're doing it to a room of like 5 people, like I don't know, it's hard to get a bunch of energy coming back. So then you're just basically playing for each other, and it's like, okay, let's just nail this song. And that's
what I would hope for. Did you have that? That's why I asked whether it's fun.
Way
like,
too much.
You have those times, where you're just playing for each other at like.
Way too much. We definitely went on tour before like we had a name or anything. So it's like, oh, okay, they're the out of state band. So they're the headliners. It's like, okay.
That is the best name I've ever heard. The out of state band.
The out of state band.
That Charles, wouldn't have been bad. We had much worse names than that. But
Charles, is it at this
it should, yeah, it's at the spot. So
we're gonna play it. Okay.
At the beginning of the setup, I'm pretty sure of it. So you'll hear the joke, and you'll physically see me do some sort of thing while they're laughing because I'm ready to keep going.
Yes, I know. Don't tap the sign. I know this isn't music, but we're on the performance part of it. Okay, so we're.
My all-time favorite would have to be prepared to stop. Shouldn't we always be prepared to stop? But shouldn't we be prepared to turn? Be prepared to accelerate? Dude, you just hit a pedestrian. I'm also prepared to stop. Did you see a sign? I didn't see a sign.
It's just the timing.
And you had to clear.
I have a couple of religious friends. I have a friend who's half Jewish.
I can't stand watching myself.
Okay, now I can imagine. It's
Are you wearing the same hat?
I have 25.
No. You don't understand. That hat is actually Charles. He's just possessing a body, okay? The hat switches people from time to time.
Charles is the hat. He's not the
body
person.
ages out and dies at like 8 years old. The hat leaps to a new host, okay?
I don't think it was this hat, but it's certainly the same style, that's for sure.
The hat can change colors too.
It's a mood ring in a way.
Yeah. Oh, imagine that. That would be cool.
I don't have that sweatshirt that I had on stage.
Oh, it's gone. Okay.
Womp womp.
Well, we were talking about
music
as audience, as performer.
Hey, music.
We've done that. So who can play an instrument? Let's talk about music education. Is music part of normal education in your guys's?
Sort of. Like they teach you, not teach you. They give you a recorder and you learn like hot cross buns or something like that. But yeah, I think that's the extent of what's required.
Thing. Yeah.
I think everything else here, at least in my state, is whatever by choice.
It was not a part of my education. It was something I picked up as an extracurricular.
Okay, but it wasn't like you had music school and like PT. We had PE.
No.
Okay.
No, I think it was considered an elective, but I do remember it was in elementary school. So I think either you had to choose like to sing or you could go do the instruments if you qualified, but it was for the same performance. But that's the closest we got, and it was like,
I guess,
3 songs or something.
I guess choir does count because choir is a part of doing music, and it can be an elective in school. And yeah, I did that, but it wasn't through.
But it wasn't a
through
class.
school.
Yeah, it was still an elective.
Well,
Which means
you got to
that it
remember,
wasn't
I
like-
was homeschooled until high school,
Yeah.
so it's like I had to do everything as an extracurricular if I wanted to have fun.
Okay, well, that's good. You did it, Charles. What's it like in your states? Nothing.
I don't know.
No cultural.
They didn't require a
enrichment.
recorder. You didn't get a flute. That thing.
I feel
No.
the recorder is a thing that they just to see if you're some sort of muso prodigy, and they're like, oh, this one. And
Press
then
the buttons.
They take it, but it's the worst thing to give to a bunch of 7-year-olds. Don't do that. They walk
Yeah.
around.
We didn't have.
No,
music.
it's the best thing. It's like giving a child a kazoo. It's amazing.
You know what? I would have preferred a kazoo. Okay, recorder's too squeaky. Hydra, can you tell us anything about? Is music part of the general curriculum?
Unfortunately, it is very much forced to a high level.
Oh, highlight.
That's
I thought you were
awesome.
gonna
You
say
seem more
Ohio.
civilized than us.
No, it's not, because it's precisely picked up and the most intense when everyone's going through puberty. So all of the voices are fucked, number one. And number two, maybe it's just that all of the teachers left this place because they are not being paid properly and being abused by the government when they could just walk 100 kilometers, and that wouldn't be the case anymore. But the curriculum is not good. Like, they expect you to know stuff that they don't teach you. They never taught me how to actually read music, yet they expected it with the tests and expected performance as well.
So they didn't teach you. But
Yes,
okay.
they didn't. They
was
literally expected it on tests and live performances in front of the rest of the school, stuff that they didn't teach. Yes, that's the thing.
Wow.
Those are tough. Like,
Sometimes
everybody.
you could evade them because people were randomly picked for it, but it was hell. School over here was hell, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
Was
Charles, can I ask you? So you've performed in front of, I'm sure, strangers, but have you also performed in front of people that you know? Is it just me? But if I know the people for some reason, that's so much more pressure, so much more nerves.
I didn't
where
like
it's
sitting here.
Strangers, I don't care.
Yeah, I didn't this is obviously a little bit different, but the fact that I couldn't control, looking at my past performance, I can fix it still.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing I can do about however you guys perceive that. So, if it's people I don't have to experience ever again, it's like, all right, well,
Feels better,
I don't have to look at them in the face anymore.
They're faceless as well.
Yeah,
Do you
right,
not recognize them later?
If they're people you're like, ugh.
For sure. That's why I think performing in front of a school would just be so much worse. I know when we did the talent show there, I was more nervous about that than anything else I've ever done.
Yeah.
I can even relate to that because when we did there was a thing called major production at school where the whole school would do a major play and it would go on for months and whatever. And one of the things is I had to sing a solo, but just while people were drinking, and eating in the intermission. And literally, it was okay for the most of the week, but the week that my parents came is not. I felt like it was the end of the world because it's people other people's parents, I didn't know them, but that also. But the fact is, these people are going to see you again. You're going home with them. That messes you up completely. One more question, also great about messing up the song, right? One of the things I wanted to ask is, what we did basically guitar recitals, right? So you basically have to do a certain piece, and that's part of it was part of the music grading that I had to do. Is I had to do a certain amount of performances, and you have to play a piece. And there were times that I messed up those pieces, but nobody noticed, but you noticed. Did that happen to you? You're like,
every
do that the way.
like Charles is saying, like you can critique your performance like a million different ways, and it's like I have never performed anything flawlessly once. Like there's something that I could critique that I could do better, but you do kind of learn to like roll with the mistakes a lot more. Like a lot of a lot of the notes that would normally sound bad are still used in jazz, just they have a way of continuing to go instead of like pointing it out. It really does kind of help. If it gets bad enough, like you can always restart the song, but like a fun thing to do is just like, whoa. I'm not getting enough energy from you guys. Let's try this again. And then you put it on the crowd. I don't know. There's a bunch of different ways that you can kind of roll with it, but it's kind of fun. The other thing, like by the time you on like a tour, you kind of start messing with your bandmates. So one of the things was trying to get each other to kind of mess up. Like we would try and like stare at each other and not actually like look at the frets at all and see who like screws up first. But so we'd have like weird like staring contests and shit. I don't know. Like you just kind of learn to get over it because you're gonna make the bad notes, but most people aren't going to know that you screwed up. So you just kind of play it off. You just keep going.
Yeah, you got to keep going. Yeah.
That was the same thing in theater.
Well, that luxury wasn't afforded to me at my school because people were recording with phones, and scientists specifically were doing it to later try to use it as blackmail material. Yes.
Oh my god.
It
I'm
was
so glad that phones were not really good.
But the thing that draws a lot of attention is if you're like hitting a note and then like you hit the wrong note and then you go wait and then like play it again.
Yeah, don't do that.
That seems to be like the beginning guitar thing. So yeah, just keep going. Just act like you hit the right note and keep going.
I'm looking for this.
Or you can really accent it hard and it's intentional. You're just
that bad note actually wasn't a bad note. It was to make sure you were paying attention.
Actually, and also my parents would know the note that's wrong. So you don't look at them either because they've heard you fucking play this 3-minute song over and over and over again. So question, what instruments does everyone play if they play any instruments?
Oh, I already said this.
Kalimba.
So I've been trying to learn kalimba by trying to learn piano. It's because it's technically a finger piano as it's called. But I don't know music theory in a lot of ways. A lot of it's intuitive that I've tried to do. I've done a lot of learn by ear. I can play guitar. I've put the most practice into guitar and drums. Drums especially. I can play drums.
Did anyone teach you to play drums or did you just
I actually looked up a YouTube channel called Drumeo on YouTube that they have some fantastic videos, by the way, where they'll get professional drummers to listen to pop songs and be like, guess the drum melody. It's an amazing. I will link it in the chat. It is amazing.
What is it called? Drumeo?
Drumeo.
Yeah, Drumeo.
It sounds like a Mario level.
The ones that they do, we should go and watch a couple of them where they get the famous drummers as well, just to listen to a song they've never listened to. Is it they listen to that song they never listened to? They listen to it once through.
They give them a track that has all the drums taken out,
and they write notes, and then they go and they do it and they perform it, and it's so good. Drummers are. That's why I wonder, because my dad has always said because he's a drummer, and he's like, I don't know how people teach people to play drums. You can play drums, or you have to
feel it.
You have to feel it. But I have a friend. I have a friend that had lessons, and he's a freaking good drummer.
I believe it.
But I feel like you can. I don't know, if we gave our mom lessons, she wouldn't play very well. So I guess lessons help. Just help
if you have
you
no rhythm.
They teach you technique, but it's all on you to practice because you have to make it click.
Yeah. Okay, so your drums and guitar?
Without
drums, guitar.
Yeah, you can have the talent, but if you don't have the dedication to learn, you're going to be outpaced by even a moron, and it's not going to fall together. Like it's...
What are you looking at, Charles?
I was sent something...
It's just judging you.
Sorry, you're like a dog that when you're like...
When there's a high-pitched noise.
I was sent a picture, and it was...
Gotcha, okay. So it was drums, guitar, and I can sing fairly well.
Okay,
Holy
and
shit.
It's like guitar.
so no,
You can do other fretted instruments.
guys, we
like,
are
Probably.
at some exactly.
fret it.
We are at some point going to do
Thank you.
karaoke in the Discord. So
No.
Yeah.
yes.
If we're doing that,
if
it's not
Dorkus
being
was here,
recorded.
he would be saying we're doing that. No, it's not going to be recorded. But also, always
Just
assume
keep
you're being
teeing that up.
recorded when you're online, guys.
it's Discord. Somebody could be recording at any time.
Yeah, but
See, the thing no one knows about
but
this.
we're totally doing that because Dorkus was also very interested in it. Dorkus is also very sorry he can't be here. We will revisit this topic with Dorkus because he has a lot to say about music as well.
And Dorkus can sing.
Mhm. But also, what I wanted
You're calling us
to
out.
also ask, so now, Bima, you said you didn't do any music theory.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's another question I want to add to this thing of questions is, did you do any music theory? So Gray, what's your instruments and did you do theory?
I'm going to ask another question, but Bimo, you already answered that question, so fuck you.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for reading between the lines, Bimo. Yeah, so I guess I started with drums. Like that's the only one that I had like formal training on. But it was like band, so they gave me like either a xylophone or a snare drum. I did learn some. I learned a paradiddle. It was
Let's
good
go.
times.
Paradiddle.
Yeah, which I mean, like they did teach technique, and I learned how to do a drum roll, but it wasn't like I was using a full kit, and I was never like a marching drummer or anything like that. That was like elementary school. That's pretty much the end of like my formal training. And then
did they ever teach you how to apply paradiddle?
No, I just knew how to paradiddle. I mean, I could switch it up. It wasn't just rights. I could switch it up, man. But yeah, they never really I never made the connection of like why you were doing a paradiddle or how you could move it around like a kit or move between the hands. Like it really didn't quite make sense to me at the time, but they taught me some technique. So it wasn't like I was useless, and I could do a drum roll. So that was pretty much all we did in like elementary school.
Yeah, that's really good though.
And then I kind of discovered punk music, and I just happened to be able to get my hands on a bass. So yeah, that was kind of my well, I was years away from slapping it, but yeah, I kind of figured out like, hey, I can move a pick on this string really fast, and hey, I'm doing punk. So that was really easy. I probably went way too many years without like learning any real theory. Finally,
did you use tabs? What did you do?
Yeah, it was mainly tabs and then just kind of learning from jamming with others. Like, I know the first few songs I learned were like Nirvana or System of a Down stuff. Like, it was really simple. But I think eventually we ended up writing it down in tabs.
Okay. And then
yeah. So that band kind of went nowhere and was kind of bad. But eventually I kind of got in this new band and had a roommate with a guy who really was like a virtuoso, and he was going to our local university for music theory. So he ended up really kind of teaching me. And from there, I kind of switched to guitar. And then, a little bit other stringed instruments. Like he was really good at mandolin. So I messed around with that a little bit.
Mandolin, nice.
That's cool.
I'm not great at it, but it's fun. And then, we also had like, he pronounced it ukuleles, but I always said ukuleles. So like, I don't know. I had some of those, but I was never great at it. It felt like guitar and bass were kind of my jam. And then after all of the
sorry, I have an acoustic bass.
After all the band stuff ended, we just always had drummer issues. So I just kind of taught myself.
What's the drummers? I think you just taught yourself.
The stereotype is real.
They are the most unreliable people. Well, think about it. Like, who wants to just sit there and like bash something repeatedly? It's somebody who probably has some sort of issue. So,
I'm gonna tell my dad that I'm
there and bash.
Sorry, Dad. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know.
Do it live or no balls, Cameron. If you ever force me to sing live, you will have no balls left, because I never doing that ever.
Yes, he is.
Nope.
You missed Bimo hitting himself over the head with his own guitar.
It sounded like he fell over the strings or something.
What?
It sounds like you fell over your guitar.
Your leg got stuck in the string.
So we're
and fell on
asking
your face. That's what it sounds like.
We're asking the panel what instruments they play. So Gray's winning because he's played the most instruments so far.
Probably.
Charles?
I suck at like keys, but I've also messed around on like a banjo and an accordion and stuff.
Oh.
I could make most things
Accordion.
kind of fake, like I can play it, but yeah, I'm no virtuoso.
You're not a virtuoso, you're a savant.
So, okay.
No. The idiot part, sure.
So Charles, do you play anything?
The meat flute.
Nice.
Just
Okay,
to
so
use
you
your
have
Charles
played an
energy,
accordion.
We already got used
Something
to.
Okay, something. Okay, cool, fine. We're off that. Okay, cool. So we've gone through that. Thank you, guys. The next thing is now. This is going to be a long one, so really consider it. Take me through your music history.
Ooh.
Okay.
So, what is your journey? What was your first CD? Okay, has everyone here gotten a CD?
Yes.
BMO, are you sure? I know
Yeah.
you're youngin. You
Hydra?
you had physical media at one point?
I had a Walkman, sir.
Not me. I had, oh fuck's sake, it fell
Did you have
apart
an
with me again. My parents had a CD collection. I never got myself CDs because
Okay.
I was Uber. And it was already outdated tech. But yeah.
Did you get an iPod?
No. No Apple products allowed in this house. Okay, I am going to absolutely go
Zoom?
ham if anyone brings Apple products in front of me. But no,
What did you have an MP3 player?
no. Phones and headphones.
Phones and headphones. I remember when phones had headphone jacks. That was cool.
Mine still has one.
No.
Nice. Okay, she carried a binder. Okay, so most of us have had CDs. Okay, fine.
Oh yeah.
So Bimo, what was your first CD? And then just tell me your music journey.
Man,
okay?
my
I'm washing hands.
first
I can hear you.
CD. Let's see. First CD. So the first CD I can remember is the Strong Tower album from Cutlass. All right. Very, very contemporary Christian band. That was one thing.
Sound familiar.
Cutlass, probably, if you looked at their film, I almost said filmography, their discography, like they might sound a little familiar to you because they played not only like on the Christian radio stations, but they're always all over like CW back in the day when it was the other Warner Bros. TV thing. It was always background music. So that was it, and then there was another one. So, oh yeah, and Foreigner's Best Hits. That was what it was.
Okay, wait. So can you put the name in the chat?
Yep. Here, I'll just start.
Foreigner's
dropping
Best
links, I
Hits.
guess.
So was it your CD? Was it yours?
Both of them were my dad's.
Oh,
They were
okay.
given to me.
That,
Okay.
okay, I guess that counts.
Okay.
The first one I bought was actually Kill Switch Engage. End of Heartache.
Okay, Kill Switch Engage. Okay. The one that you bought. I want to know the first one that was yours that you bought. Okay.
Yeah, that would be Kill Switch Engage, End of Heartache.
Okay.
For sure.
While you think about your music journey, Gray, what was your first CD that you can remember buying?
Yes. Sorry, my dogs are barking a ton. So I hope it's not too noisy. It is.
Okay.
Isn't
They're
it?
cute. They're cute.
Okay. They're not. They're being bad. So I inherited a bunch of tapes. So like I had some weird music. Like I think I got them all from the like Goodwill store or whatever, and then my I tape player from there, and then my cousin gave me like a bunch of his old tapes. So I ended up getting like I think it was like the soundtrack to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and like Ghostbusters and like a whole bunch of these weird soundtracks. But there's also some like cool albums in there that I still dig to today. Like there's a weird Faith No More one, the one with their original singer Chuck. That one's awesome. What is it, like Show Yourself or something? I forget what that one's called. But the first one that I actually bought myself was sadly a Weird Al album. And it wasn't anyone that you'd think. Well, it wasn't like I bought one that was out at the time. It was like a compilation of like all of his food songs. So yeah, that's the first one that I actually spent money on. But I don't think that defines my music taste or anything like that.
Yeah, but no, that's also what's interesting to see everybody's first CD. So, I mean, we could put a Weird Al, okay. Kill Switch Engage, I suppose that actually works for BMO a little.
Oh, you approve?
Charles, what was yours?
I have no idea.
Is there just what's an
It was a
earliest
million years ago.
It was back in the 1900s.
Basically a million years ago.
I do know that I got away with something because Sam Kinison covered Wild Thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was on one of his comedy albums, and I asked for that because of the Wild Thing song, and it's not a cassette for children, and it was bought for me for Christmas.
That's awesome.
I was way too young by about a quarter for that, and yeah, the song's on there, but there's a whole bunch of stand-up on there.
Oh, that should not have
A
been
movement
for
was
your
born.
ears. Guys, I want you to hear my first. It was a single.
Don't call me baby.
Okay.
This
baby.
is the first
Don't
single
call me
that I
baby.
bought.
Oh my
God,
gosh.
it's amazing.
It's got a mood.
Okay, that's it's okay.
Makes me feel like walking down a runway.
No, this is 90s, boy. Okay. I don't know how long
We're
this-
being transformative. Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Okay, you can play that bass, right, Gray?
Poop.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
We're gonna
that sounds
we're gonna
fun.
perform this.
Does it?
Bimo, you got the drums on this, right?
Yes, yeah, very much so. I'd be doing the same thing for an hour.
Don't get tired now.
This is it.
Oh, what the?
There's so much
Yeah.
synth in this.
You know that song, Louise? But that was so funny. Sorry, let's just go back for that.
So music's a joke to you, is what you're saying.
Was this the first ever soundtrack you listened to? It was first ever.
Charles, this is no joking matter, please. This is Madison Avenue.
Excuse me.
You hate that song. This is the song. Call Me Maybe. Oh, Call Me Maybe? That would be my first CD. Sparkles? No. I don't even think that came out on CD.
You can
No,
certainly.
you can beat 90s/2000s dance music. It's one of the worst genres and time periods.
So listen, that was my first single that I got. I remember I was like, wow,
It's what
skinny
kept you
CD.
single.
It's a
No, I'm
listen,
kidding.
I was-
Oh, for fuck's
that's
sake,
mean.
that's where you're going.
Wow, Bimo. Wow.
and then I think it was Britney Spears. So I was in the pop, and then
Okay.
and then okay. So anyway, that was my first one. Gray, what you had Weird Al. Okay. Do you want me to play a
Yeah,
Weird,
but that
Weird
was-
Al? Would you like to
No,
tribute?
no. So my first like concert that I went to, I still have the ticket. It was an amazing show and it changed my life. For some reason, like just this buddy of mine ended up having tickets to it. And he's like, I can't go. I was way too young to have gone to it on my own, but it was life changing. It was amazing, but it was No Use for a Name, Mad Caddies, Bracket, and Consumed. It was just an
Nice.
amazing lineup that I have never seen a show quite like that since. Yeah, I did not prepare a link for any of them, but
that's okay.
yeah, all good bands.
The first live performance I went to was Westlife. So
Hmm.
yeah, thank you. Charles, what do you remember a first CD of yourself that you said you don't remember? Hey, don't remember one. Is there an early one? Is there an embarrassing one like that one?
Well, I said
CD.
I asked for whatever cassette had Sam Kinnison's cover
Kinnison on
of
it.
Yeah,
Wild
That's not
Thing.
embarrassing. Like that's
Well,
awesome. You got
I
away
got
with something.
lucky. I got very lucky.
Did you? Speaking of cassettes, did you ever also record radio stations?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, because we also did that.
I used to get frustrated when the radio announcers would talk over the intro. It's like, shut up! I need it clean.
Yeah, my sister would record the top 10 at 10 or whatever it is, and she would, and you would get the guy talking in between, and on when we had the thing playing, you would know the ad that comes up and everything.
Yeah, I tried to be a bit more snooty. And
yeah, like stop and start.
yeah.
Producery. Hey,
Hey,
what's up?
Pops.
Hey, Pops.
Hello.
We're talking music. Sorry we can't reply to you on Twitter. Twitter through here.
Right.
We have to show your chats. Kill switch engage. I guess that's why I said it was okay and that it's not that embarrassing. I think I had an S Club 7. Anyway.
Wait, hold on. Bimo, what's that sound that the guitars make in My Curse?
My Curse? That's gent.
Yeah, no, like that shrilly.
Oh, that's the only
In
Kill
Charmant?
switch engage song I know.
One more
Are
time.
you talking about like whammy board stuff? Like
I don't know.
Which song is it? So my guess is
My
it's one of
Curse.
two things.
My
It's either a
Curse.
whammy pedal like BMO is saying, or it's a pinch harmonic. Let me give a listen.
I'm listening. Yeah.
I
Oh
do
my
have
God.
a sound.
It's like
I do have a timestamp for End of Heartache if you want to show that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, just
I
listening
dropped
to
the
this.
link in the chat.
Oh, this song is so good. Sorry, this Kill Switch Engage song.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, 115 is where you can start it. It just starts the chorus.
Okay, wait. So 115. Okay, 115.
Core Us.
Yes. The
Wait, I need
core
to.
of the song.
Okay, wait. You gave me a different link there. This Kill Switch Engage 1.
The first one should be Kill Switch Engage. End of Heartache. That's at 116 or 115.
Okay. 116. I remember the only reason I ever had this Kill Switch Engage song is somebody gave me a download of it and it was on my phone. And that's it. I had that song.
This is great music. Kill Switch Engage ain't nearly as good as they used to be.
That's usually the progression. So is this okay?
Oh, Howard Jones.
Good. Guys, if the I'm cutting this out if we get copyrights. I'm just cutting it out.
Absolutely. I love Screamo, by the way.
Is this the part that you liked?
The right here.
That's the part.
I also like sad people music. So
sad people music, yeah.
That's a consistency that you can find in almost all of the music that I really listen to all the time. It is always like some sort of song so this song makes me cringe, but it is a song that like I grew up listening to. Cutlass is very much the contemporary Christian band. So yeah, I don't know when the chorus starts in this song.
That's okay. Thanks for coming around, for changing platforms.
Like I can almost guarantee that most of us have heard this song sometime at some point.
I'm sorry, I can't.
He looks so young there. I've met this guy multiple times in my life. He goes to a church in Oregon that I've visited at one point. And yeah, he's full bald now. Like, and
he has a little extra place where people replay.
But if we're talking about like CDs that we owned, it was Strong Tower and Kill Switch Engage for sure. But like there was also right after that I bought the Flyleaf Circle album. I bought 1000 Foot Crutch Phenomenon. Like there was some good ones.
Flyleaf, yes. Speaking of CDs, actually I wanted to ask about albums, guys. Gray, you are lamenting the loss of albums.
Yeah. You know, it used to be a thing. Like when we had to buy physical media, like, and before you could really like sample an album, like you didn't know what you were gonna get. Like you might know like one song or two songs off an album, depending on what part of the album cycle it is. But you just kind of, you know, had to bite that bullet. But I don't know. Since iTunes, it really hasn't been a thing. So it really makes me like respect bands when they do actually take the effort to make an album, have something that is, you know, structured in a certain way. Just we kind of lost that, sadly, which sucks. There used to be a lot of thought going into, they would specifically call it like the programming of an album, but what goes where, what the interstitials are going to be between the tracks, how they merge, what exactly, if there's going to be a transition, and then the order, obviously. But
what is it? What is the journey?
Doesn't seem as important. Now it seems like they're really just going for singles. But
yeah,
fair enough. We were there before, and we're there again.
I guess it's just the age of the internet that's caused that to happen. Really,
some people still. I mean they still make art. The bands seem to stick to it. Artists that are just by themselves, they don't seem to do that.
Well, like when records became big, you know, like they were kind of expensive, so people really opted for singles, and like albums kind of went out of style then too. So it could be cyclical, but there's something to having, I don't know, not necessarily like a rock opera, but a consistent story that's just kind of like amazing. There are a handful of albums that I can't just listen to like a song from. I have to listen to the whole thing. Those are amazing. They're works of art.
Speaking of which, okay, let's go back to BMO. Let's start with BMO again. Like, this is the hardest part of the stream, guys, is telling me your music timeline, what your music taste has been like. So, BMO, I think Gray's the only one that's told us a little bit about his music timeline, because he was telling. Remember when we did we changed our mind. He went through a whole bunch of. Like he was just with punk and then eventually moved on. But yeah, I want a timeline of your music journey, BMO. You basically you had church music and your parents' music, and then what became your music? You're muted. Are you gone? He's just busy.
He's back out.
Switch engaged. Yeah, he's gone. Did he private message and say he's leaving? No, he just he didn't. Okay, well then, fuck you. Gray, your turn.
Sure. Yeah, it's pretty much like you mentioned. So I don't know. I listened to like bad music that my parents listened to. Most of it was like radio stuff. Usually it was like oldies. They're good songs. I dug those. But yeah, when I finally kind of figured out I could do this on my own and like figure out how to play these songs myself, and it doesn't take a lot of skill. It really was kind of like punk that really did influence me, and then I just became so close-minded and snobbish and elitist that I didn't want to listen to anything else. Like I remember I had the chance to see a bunch of really awesome bands. Like one of Pantera's last shows I could have gone to, and for some reason I didn't. I'm really kicking my closed-minded ass for not being more open-minded. But it took kind of that band dissolving and really going, and I'm sorry, but my dog will not stop barking. There seems to be construction right outside my house.
How dare they?
Yeah. He should know better. We had this scheduled. But yeah, so I was really closed-minded to anything but that. And kind of the failing of that band led me to reassess what I wanted to do with my life. So I kind of went to school to learn audio engineering. And that just really opened my ears and mind up to every style of music that's out there, because I had to learn how to record it. I had to relearn how to actually like listen to music, how to truly dissect, okay, what is each instrument doing? What effects do they have on it? Like, what is going on here? It really gave me more of an appreciation for everything that's out there, instead of just being like, I hate that music, that's pop, like I hate pop. Instead, it's like, okay, but what is pop? Like when you dissect it, what are they doing? What makes this a hook?
What indeed?
It's so and I guess that's what everyone's trying to figure out. And you know, everyone kind of thinks they got it, and then they don't. But yeah, it really made me open my eyes to kind of everything. I know it is kind of a cliche answer to say I like everything, but I can usually find something I like in almost every style of music. But there are people that I like way more than others, and you know, certain artists and genres that I like way more than others.
So what do you spend the most time in? What genre do you think?
So it kind of depends what I'm doing. So I basically have like 3 types of music that I listen to. 4 actually. So if I'm like lifting, it has to be something that has like a beat and is just going. So a lot of Mick Gordon. Electric Callboy is just like amazing. They just have this like party core it's pretty amazing. It makes you want to do stuff. But if not, then just something with a driving beat. So usually something intense, usually something with a faster BPM. If I'm looking to like create, I dig instrumental music. There's this unfortunately named, I believe they're Scottish band, Redneck Manifesto. They are so amazing. They have this album Friends that I've probably heard like 1,000 times that just, I don't know, it just puts me in like a creative mood. There's this other band called You Slut.
Told me life was going to be this way.
Exclamation. Yeah. So You Slut is good as well. Especially they've got one album that I really like more than the others. There's this Japanese band called Toe that's amazing, and then I think a French band called Clever Girl. Oh, and there's another band called Totoro. All of them kind of feel like they're the same type of instrumental, kind of jauntiness to them. It has a little bit of tapping, but for some reason that just gets me like creative. So I usually have that kind of going on if I'm trying to read or do something that requires my mind to be elsewhere. For some reason, lyrics kind of take me out of it. And then, I've got like party music that I definitely, if I just want a good atmosphere, for some reason I go to rap a lot, like Handsome Boy Modeling School. They are just like amazing, and they have the most amazing beats. They also have instrumental albums for their things, but those guys, they just kick ass. And then, some like MC Bess is just like amazing. I guess not technically rap, weird French dude, but just super chill music. Tubes is just like amazing. I absolutely love that whole album and everything that dude's doing. And then Wu-Tang. Yeah. Wu-Tang. You know, for the children.
Good old
but then if I want to be in like a sad mood, there are certain artists that just they get that out of me. Like I love me some Warren Zevon, and if I just listen to most of his music, it is so depressing and amazing. And then the aforementioned Robert Earl Keen Jr. He also can write a song that just kind of makes me think. But it really depends what I'm trying to do with the music, because it really is kind of a cheat code to emotion or to help me deal with stuff. So it really depends. But either something with a beat or something that'll allow me to think is usually what I'm doing.
Charles, is this?
Yeah.
What's your music journey? What's your music history?
My mom.
So you listen to that. You listen to that tape, and then
music history.
I mean, my future was sealed at that moment. Listening to really, really inappropriate comedy.
Yeah.
My mom listened to a lot of rock, and she was young when she had me, so I was just kind of Gen X by adoption. And she liked Van Halen a lot, and she took me to see Alice in Chains open for Van Halen, and that's kind of
awesome.
where I split off. And for the entirety of the 90s, I was into grunge, and it kind of got heavier towards the end of the 90s. And I don't know. It seems like when we're in high school, when we're kids, we're a bit snooty about what our taste is. We have something that we focus on. We don't want
it's ours. Yes, because it's our identity then. Yeah.
Right. And once I was like traveling and on the road a lot, I was a bit more open to their different radio stations across the country, and a bit more receptive to things. And when you're driving with other people, you tend to want to be a bit more social and not fuck you, listen to my music.
When you also didn't have the option where it's just like I didn't have the aux cables, like actually no, it's the radio.
It was radio stations when I was touring. But something I would play to kind of keep everybody neutral was a band called Big Wreck. It's a Canadian rock band, and I don't know. It's I don't know how they're not more popular, but I enjoy it. And people always ask, "Who is this?
Who is this?" So you're one of those preachers that you introduce a band and that.
No, I just put it on, and if you ask who is this, I'll say, right.
Right. Yeah, okay,
there isn't a lot of crossover. I don't know. Like, are you familiar with their perhaps number one band behind Rush? Do you know the Tragically Hip?
No.
See, that's the thing. There's like no crossover. Like it's weird. Huh. It's very hard for them to make the Southern journey. But fair enough.
Huh. Tragically Hip. Is that what Thornley was in prior to Big Wreck?
I am not super familiar with Big
Wreck.
I'm not too familiar. Possibly.
Okay. I'll look it up. I will look it up.
Bimo, I told you to fuck off because you hadn't answered the question, so you're not allowed to answer the question.
Oh, okay.
No, you're allowed. Tell us.
I don't know what the question is.
Oh.
What's your music history?
My music history.
Unless Charles hasn't finished. Hold on.
No,
unless Charles hasn't finished.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. He's done.
I'm looking at Tragically Hip.
Are they tragically hip?
Tragically so, yes.
Darn. But my music history, actually a lot of what you guys were saying about being snooty about certain types of music really rang with me. My dad was a big fan of from 70s to 80s rock. That was his big fan of pretty much every major band that came out of that time. Queen, Journey, Alice in Chains, Metallica. But like he would listen to these things, and I specifically would say I hated them because he liked them.
Because it's you just have to rebel, yeah.
Because you have to crap on your dad's old fogey music taste, right?
Mm-hmm.
But over the years, I came to really love, especially Foreigner, as a band. Like I love Foreigner's music. Almost all of their tracks are good to me, which is a wild thing to say, but like I have a deep appreciation. I've had a lot of time to really like look in their discography. It's like I used to really like Queen as well, but then I found I think I only like 3 albums from Queen. That's it.
Interesting. I wonder if that's the same for me, if I've just been listening to the same and I haven't listened to all of them. Okay.
But it's like Styx was another one that I came to love over time. But my music history, a lot of it was listening to Christian bands and then moving into non-Christian bands and then finding the Christian equivalent of the band I was listening to, which is a very fun line to walk. But it always like started moving more. It went from contemporary music to pop, from pop music to contemporary to more rock, and then it went into more hard rock, more punky, until eventually I met my buddy Nathan, and my buddy Nathan, he was like, "So you should listen to Screamo," and I was like, "What's that?" And it opened my eyes. Especially when I was introduced to a band called The Ongoing Concept. Fantastic band. Literally, like their name lives up to their albums because every single album is completely and utterly different. But it always they had 2 albums that were more on the hardcore screamo side, and it very much like resonated with me. And then I discovered I went to a basically, think of it as Christian Burning Man. It was a 5-day music concert set in Enumclaw, Washington.
Yeah.
Whereas NWA, nah. No, it was basically Christian Burning Man is what I like to call it. I think it was called Creation Fest.
Christian Burning. Oh, Creation Fest. That's cool.
Yeah, it was set in Enumclaw, Washington. The few times I went, and I got to listen to a band called Wolves at the Gates, and these guys have consistently become my favorite band of all time. They are a Christian band, but their music goes far beyond just being, oh, haha, we love God. It's actually like really good lyricism on top of really well written music. I can tell that they love making what they make. And it really resonates with me because of the metalcore genre. You know, that's what I kind of sat into, metalcore.
Okay, so that's where you spend the genre you spend most of your time in.
Yes, but I also listen to rap. I especially like NF and Hopsin. Those two, I think, are some of the greatest rappers around right now. I don't have a big love for 90s rap. Like 90s rap doesn't really sound good to me. Like I'm not a big fan of Tupac. I'm not a big fan of Biggie, honestly. And I know that's like sacrilege to say, but it's not. It just doesn't vibe with me a lot of the time. But then I listen to sad boy music like NF, and like, oh, cool. I feel like my heart's been ripped out. I love it.
Oh yeah. Do you?
Like I said, a lot of my music can be boiled down to, does it make me feel sad?
So yeah, so you don't have music that you listen to make you happy?
It does make me happy.
It makes you happy to express, to feel the sad feeling, like it takes it out.
Yeah, I like to feel emotional when
okay.
I like to be
it's
taken
like
away in the waves of the music. To say it in a weird way.
So it's like a relief. It's a because it expresses you feel good. Yeah, I agree with that. That's what music does. Hydra, you basically, your music journey would just be which video games.
From video games to video games. I could link some for you if you're interested.
Tell us that, like, you know, because that's a great. That's what I like about this group.
I do have. I'll drop some links for some of my video game music, because there's a guy named John Oath that plays guitar, and he is he does some fantastic video game renditions.
Okay, well, mine.
Speak, Hydra.
Oh shit! It's another thing fell. Hopefully, it wasn't.
You heard your chair. That sucks, man.
That's. I'm multitasking over here, but yeah, essentially for me, nothing just tops the OG round Total War game. Probably because I'm very nostalgic about it, because it's almost every other Total War game sucks ever since then, except for Medieval 2 and Shogun 2. But that game was the first video game I ever played, and also it's how I learned to read. Fun fact. I was so young that I learned how to read from that video game. Yes, right. And some of those soundtracks stuck with me forever. It's got both a lot of calm, a lot of intense tracks, whatever you want. I linked one of them if you're interested in the chat. And I don't think it's ever really been topped. It's just so unique. I don't know.
Okay, I'll play a few seconds of the.
Depending on what section you play, it can be very intense or very calm.
Well, this is where most people are replaying. So let's see. No, not that.
You clicked on a different track.
Yeah.
Now you are playing the Triumph music.
This is the one. I like this beginning. Oh yeah. That's good.
I feel like I'm gonna run across the Sahara.
Yeah.
Oh, quiet. Oh, that's great. Oh yeah. Okay, that's great.
All right, that might be slightly better than Mario's.
Slightly better than Mario. Okay.
I remember not knowing how to read the word ghost in Crash Team Racing. I remember reading cost, not knowing what that meant. Anyway, so that brought back some memories. I got my nephew to learn to read by getting him to play Pokemon. Thankfully, it didn't absorb the enslaved creature and force them to fight thing, though. They are nicely done, Snake.
I can capture this creature and I can force them to do whatever I want.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, jeez. So, I guess everybody just expanded. I guess your Hydra, so you had that. That's like you're nostalgic about that kind of music. And then what happened when you heard something that was more, metally? Like, what was the first exposure you had, like when you played Doom, I suppose?
That was Doom is pretty fucking unique. One of the
Like,
first
it's
Doom
great.
game I played.
It's like,
was
I'm going to
Doom.
destroy my chair so I can build it
Isn't that quite
again.
different? Isn't that quite different?
Every Doom has had a great soundtrack.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Doom 2016 was the first
Yep.
I actually played.
The best.
When it came
Hail
out.
Mick Gordon.
And that was, oh my god, that is just, no other soundtrack is like that. Like, immediately, just listen to any of the soundtracks, any of the combat soundtracks from Doom 2016 and tell me that you've heard anything, any other video game soundtrack that sounds even close to what you, like, what the fuck was that man smoking when he made those soundtracks? They're just so unique and it fits so well. And that one has a system too that is always in tune with the player actions. Like, oh my god. But yeah, that thing absolutely blew my mind when I immediately became a Mick Gordon fan after that. Because holy shit, like that was some amazing, wow. You gotta listen to it, otherwise you won't understand.
Have you listened to the Hades soundtrack?
No, because I haven't played it yet.
So I highly recommend it, honestly, because it not only does it do this whole using Greek instruments, a time period accurate instruments somewhat, for a lot of the music, and then when the boss battles come in, there's a metal version of that soundtrack that plays.
Oh,
Okay, that's pretty badass.
It's
like that
awesome.
Idea. Okay.
I wanted to ask you guys about radio stations in your nations and states.
Well,
because with us,
you want to
in
hear
South
about
Africa,
the Iron Curtain ones or the post
Yeah, no, the
ones?
ones-
Because
I suppose the ones you would have grown up with. That's the thing. In South Africa, we just had very mainstream music. Okay, maybe you would hear a little bit of rap and pop and R&B and pop. You would not hear rock music really on the radio. You would maybe when we got MTV, that was when you started to have like the rock charts on a Tuesday, and that's when you could hear some rock music. But otherwise, we didn't have many options for alternative music. Did you guys have? It seemed like America has different stations for different genres, and that seemed a bit more accessible.
For the most part.
Yeah, that's we did. I just missed out on that. So sucky.
It's
was
okay.
nice,
There's more
but, like,
commercials
radio-
than anything else anyway.
Yeah, and they basically have like 10 songs that they just keep playing.
Yeah,
like
any
over and
radio
over
does
again.
that. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think you missed out on that much, but fair enough. We did have options. I usually hated most of them, but I was very stuck up and snobbish at the time.
So, did you have a certain radio station that was yours that you would listen to, or were they not good enough? It had to be curated.
They generally weren't good enough for me, but we had like a rap station, which was pretty decent. We had like an alternative station, which played a bunch of like grunge and 90s stuff, and then it got into the 2000s stuff. And then there was like an oldies station, and that was and then there's like the major hits one, but I never went to like the pop side of it. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I spent most of my time on the oldies one probably. There were some real good songs back in the day that they deserve more appreciation.
Yeah.
What about you, Charles? You probably had access to a ton of stations, and for what I understand, there are even like some pirate ones back in the New York area. But
you would think
I don't
that.
Ooh.
So there were two. I listened to rock stuff. There were two major like modern alt rock stations. It was 92.3 K Rock and 104.3 Q104.3. But somewhere along the line, Q104.3 decided to switch to classic rock. And shortly after that, if I were in certain parts of the city, I could get Rutgers, the college station, which was 89.5 in New York. And
college station's better.
Heavy shit. Yeah. And that's where I discovered that there was harder music than
than the radio.
Whatever the hell a radio had on.
Yeah. That only started happening as well for me later on, when I started driving around, where I could get the university channel, the university. Those are where you could get some heavier stuff. The rest would just not play anything unless it was a really quite a normie chart topper. You would hear maybe a Linkin Park or something.
Yeah, and I've discovered that the more something gets played on a radio, the less I want to hear it at home. Like, I'll listen to everything on an album that isn't like a single, just because I'm so sick of it, and I'm going to hear it somewhere in the world anyway. So just let me listen to stuff that I won't hear on the radio.
So do you listen to the radio these days?
No.
Oh, okay.
I haven't listened to the radio.
Me either.
Yeah, I don't
At least a
listen to
decade.
the radio. No. I mean,
Yeah. Even when I was like in a band, like we never listened to the radio. Like every once in a while we'd go to like talk radio, because in the middle of the night they have like these fun, it used to be called like Coast to Coast, but it would be like paranormal stuff and like aliens, ghosts, Alex Jones and crap. But other than that, I don't know. It was always like our own music, like cassettes, CDs, whatever. But it wasn't like radio really. So I don't know. I'm kind of a snob. And then
holy crap.
I got into super heavy stuff, and that just was never radio friendly. So
Anal cunt.
I loved me some Anal Cunt. Pig Destroyer was awesome. Pretty much any of the. Yeah, they're okay.
They're okay.
Yeah, I like Dying Fetus a little bit better, but
Oh my god, guys! Those are all real. Okay.
Their music.
It's all real, yes. And they've claimed to be joking when their music is talking about raping fetuses. You know.
No, please, no, please. I'm okay. Well, gosh, guys, a little bit of you guys saw my first CD for my music journey. Basically, it was just normie pop stuff. And my dad was the one that actually introduced me to rock.
nice.
Yeah, dad rock.
Yeah.
Dad rock is best rock.
He was listening to Linkin Park, and I reacted in the same way.
That's not dad rock.
Now it is.
Yeah, I reacted in the same way my mother and my sister were reacting to it, because that's what you do. And I was like, oh, it's so loud, it's noisy, it's screamy. And then I actually
What was it? New Divide?
I'm about to break.
No, I'm ashamed. I was much younger.
Numb? Maybe?
It was Hybrid Theory.
Oh my gosh. Let's go.
And actually, eventually, I listened to it on my Walkman, and I love that. And that from Linkin Park onwards, like Linkin Park was my first favorite band, I think. Yeah.
They were definitely an awakening for me when I went and saw the Transformers movie in theaters. Then I was like, oh, I love this band. So I just that and 3 Days Grace became and Papa Roach became like my main things I listened to for like the next 5 years.
Yeah, I want to know, like, if you had like maybe your top 5, like, what are your 5 most obsessed bands that you would say? Like, you guys have all listed a lot of things, but
that's a hard one.
I mean, like, I have to say, if I had to define my music journey, it has to start with Linkin Park, okay? Because it was my personality for a long time, was Linkin Park, okay? Then it was Evanescence. So it was Linkin Park, Evanescence.
Basically
so I'm
the same
normie
thing.
rock.
Have you listened to the version where it gets squeaked out by like little toys or something?
No.
It's actually better than the original, I think.
Let's see.
13-year-old me is gonna fight with you. Then what do we go with? There was a time where the Rasmus was my band, but I listened to like 2 albums of it, so I don't think they count.
That just makes me think of the V term racismus.
Racismus, yes, I listened to the Racismus. No, but basically it was Evanescence and Linkin Park for a very long time. Those were my bands. That's it. That's all I was listening to. There were other guys around. It was cool, whatever. And then I think maybe my 3rd band that I was obsessed with became Slipknot.
Yeah.
And
pre or post Iowa?
It was post, because I'd only come into them. Actually, you know what? And to be clear, actually, the reason it was Iowa. Actually, it was a live performance from Iowa 2 or 3 songs that I had, again, just come across because somebody gave me a download and it was on my MP3 player. So I had all different kinds of music, and it was these 3 Slipknot songs that I loved so much. And then I started listening to Slipknot properly. I think that was like my last hype band that I was really like into.
Kid, I put a version of an Evanescence song in the chat.
I don't want to watch it. I don't want to.
You need to. It's funny. It's not bad.
Versions are great.
Listen. But then
Kitty, we all used to be cringe. It's okay.
I'm getting to my top. Just two more. Sorry.
Go for it.
Okay.
Then Avenged Sevenfold.
Oh yeah.
And Muse are like my adult favorite bands that I really just. That's it. Avenged Sevenfold and Muse were the bands that played music for my wedding. So
nice.
I'm saying, like, in terms of obviously I didn't have them at my wedding. I'm just saying, like, my entrance song into the church was an Avenged Sevenfold song. Our entrance song into the reception was a Muse song. Our first dance was a Muse song. So, like, that's how
was the entrance into the reception room like, this is the end?
No. That's hilarious, but no. Oh gosh, I actually want. That's another thing. Another little mini question I would ask you guys. I'll ask you guys, but you wanted to say something else? We're going for, like, basically our top 5 most obsessed bands. I know there's lots more than top 5, guys. BMO.
I mean, for me, especially with like what I've been listening to a lot recently, it's definitely been listening to a band called Phineas. They're a metal band.
No Ferb?
Nope. No Ferb. No Ferb in this one. They have some really good guitar work. And their mixing is finally good in their most recent album. Then there's Wolves at the Gate. I listen to them all the time. And then there's The Devil Wears Prada.
Good movie.
It is a good movie.
It is a good movie.
But the band, they came out with an album called Color Decay, and I actually like really enjoy it. It's just emo enough for me to love it.
Best kind of decay.
Oh yeah. Let's see, that's 3 bands. Then I would listen to I don't know, 2 Chainz and NF every once in a while.
Oh yeah, man, you got a 2 Chainz. Come on.
I love it when he says his name in every song.
Well, how else would you know it's him?
Oh, is this like that other guy, DJ Khaled? He does that too.
Yeah,
he goes.
It's part of the thing. Like Paul Wall back in the day had to introduce himself on every song by saying his name, Paul Wall.
5.
So 2 Chainz is one of your top 5 then, Lima?
Most recently listened to, yeah.
Nice. He's got a decent album or 2.
I've been trying to get into a little bit of the older stuff just so I can understand it, because I don't have rap roots. A lot of my rap roots come from listening to Will Smith. That's bad.
The closest I get to rap is Mark Shinoda.
Huh.
That's it. Gray, your top 5. It doesn't have to be a band, artists.
Okay. So it's gonna be tough to like name like one punk one, but I definitely throw one punk in there. It probably would have been either like Black Flag, Op Ivy, or like,
I don't know why.
I don't know, maybe like Subhumans, something in there. Like it would have been I don't know, something along those are probably the ones that I played the most. And then
which one obsessed you? What were you obsessed with?
Probably Black Flag. I learned the most of their covers. I think the second to that would be Operation Ivy. But after that, when I finally started like expanding my horizons a little bit, I got into Converge, and man, those dudes are awesome. I think Kurt Ballou, who's the guitarist, he probably individually shaped like the way that I look at guitar riffs more than anybody else. I just dig Converge a lot. They have one album. You Fail Me. You asked, like, is there a breakup song? Like, no, but there's an album, and that's one of those that I can't listen to like a single song. It's just all about this dude, the singer's Jacob's marriage that was just deteriorating. But man, that really that album gets me like every time. So I'd say like Kurt influenced my guitar playing the most. And then after that, I kind of got into bass, and there's two bands that really influenced the way that I kind of look at bass. So Jesse Keeler, the dude from one of my favorite bands, who's really like changed so much over the years. Man, that dude, he just has really shaped the way that I can like look at a bass, because he does not play his traditionally. But Death from Above, 1979, those dudes just really influence how I play. So they're, I guess they've been called a bunch of different things, but I think dance punk is what they're usually called. Man, those guys are just amazing. What that dude does with a bass, it just, you would think that there's way more instruments going on. It's just a two-piece, but it is so full. And they did this one album and got like super huge, and then they ended up breaking up for like a decade. When they got back together, man, they did two albums that are just amazing. Physical World is great, but they completely surpassed it with Outrageous Now. It is like one of the albums that I've listened to the most out of anything that I've ever put up there. So I would definitely do Death from Above, and specifically the album Outrageous Now. Also, I ended up seeing them live. Well, I've seen them a bunch of times, but my favorite time was for that Outrageous Now tour. They happened to be in my city on my birthday, and just, man, it was such a great show.
Oh, wow.
Like I went from a comedy show. I think I got to see Big J Okerson and get really drunk, and then end up walking like 2 blocks to this venue, and then I got to see them. It was a hell of a party. And then the person I was with ended up starting a fight, and then I got to end it, and it was amazing. It was just a great time. But they sound so much like the album. I have never heard a band as tight or as amazing live as those dudes. So that would probably be it. And then my second like biggest bass influence is Juan Alderete. Man, he's the bass player. So he used to be in I think it was Mr. Nah, now I'm gonna forget which one it was. Oh, Racer X. But he used to be Paul Gilbert's
Bye, Charles.
bass player way back in the day. See you, sir. I wanted to know your top 5. But okay, well, we'll never know. But yeah, he's mainly known as the bass player for the Mars Volta. Just they really changed the way that I look at a lot of different things. He got me interested in fretless bass, and then just he owns this website and YouTube channel that's just all about pedals and effects. And just I went down a huge rabbit hole with that dude. So yeah, I think almost anything from Mars Volta, probably Bedlam and Goliath is probably my favorite. But man, anything from them is great. And then the other one, probably most recently, almost every time I lived, I'm listening to Electric Callboy. Formerly Eskimo Callboy, but that's offensive, so now they're electric. But I think Lucifer was saying that they're one of his favorite as well, which
they've got some fantastic videos.
Dude, if I could make a music video that's either Pump It Up or We Got the Moves is just so good.
I was going to ask you about your music videos, guys. Do you remember those?
Ooh.
Do you still look at those?
Yeah,
sure.
Are they as important as they used to be?
I don't think they're nearly as important now, but they definitely were like a formative thing about like what made you think about the song. Yeah, because you can learn about the subject of the song through it.
Yeah. God, honorable mention for Highly Suspect. But excuse me.
Bless you.
Hydra, your top, I suppose, top 5 soundtracks.
Oof. Previously, someone in the chat asked for my favorite, and yeah, I listed them off there, but I would have to go with some soundtracks from Total War, like you just listened to a little bit of Journey to Rome, so maybe Imperial Conflict or Melee Cafe, and then from Medieval to Dry Well is something that just sets the tone so well. Like you are in the middle of a desert with a Dry Well. It's just, you just feel it. Dark Souls 3, Ward of the Boreal Valley. It's very iconic.
So
I
good.
love it. It's really, 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 really great. Pontiff Sullivan, also from Dark Souls 3. Great stuff. Already talked about Doom 2016, PFG Division, and the what the fuck is it called? The song that was finally that was rejected but ended up in the game.
The only thing they fear is you.
No. That's from Eternal. The I forget. Flesh and Metal, was it Flesh and Metal? I don't know. But the important part is that's one of the most iconic songs from the 2016 one, whatever pieces of music from 2016 one, and it was originally rejected because it didn't fit with the tone of the game. But then they ran out of music for the last level, and they were like, "We're gonna put in one of those rejected tracks." And then, because it's so different, but it also plays on the final level, it just became, of like, now everything is going crazy. You have all of the enemy times being thrown at you with a time limit, with not time limit, but with a small arena. It's all of everything. You have all of the weapons, all of the upgrades. It's the most difficult it's gonna get, and that.
So it fits, actually.
Yeah, it actually ends up fitting.
That's a great story of having it behind them.
Yeah, and Bloodborne soundtrack is also Bloodborne DLC, as Lucifer said. Ludwig the Holy Blade. That is some of the most unique orchestral music I've ever heard in my entire life. That one's great.
Orchestral music is amazing.
Especially when you add choruses to it. Like choirs, not chorus.
Yeah. Shout out to gay Brazilian Dan Bash and his dope cover songs, including Evanescent songs, Bring Me to Love, My Immortal, and other bands. You should check them out.
Dan Bash is pretty good.
I'm subscribed to him. I haven't watched any of his in a while, so I do know that I enjoy him though. Well, I suppose this is the morbid question. Do you guys? Because I know I've got my mom-in-law. She has a song that she has decided is going to play at her funeral. Do you guys have one of those?
Ooh, me too. I'm dropping it in chat right now.
Okay. So everybody needs to know when they pour one out for us at some point, they'll have I don't think I have one. But this is a classical guitar. So this is...
this is no trigger.
This is the guy that I was talking about, John Oath. This specific rendition is this moves me, and I would want this played at my funeral.
I'm gonna play a few seconds.
Sure.
Oh yeah, I can feel it.
Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite RPGs, by the way. Like, it's just...
Yeah, that one's pretty awesome.
It's so good. And you shouldn't get claimed for this.
Oh my gosh, I need to actually get my classical guitar. I need to get a classical guitar again. It just feels so good.
It's so good. So good. Go check out John Oath Guitar. That's the YouTube channel. I'll drop the link in the chat. He's a fantastic guitarist.
Subscribed.
He also does live streams, and he's very interactive with the chat. I got to talk to him a little bit.
Cool. This was...
While he's playing?
While he's playing.
Look, and he does Final Fantasy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
There's that link for you guys.
Yeah, you can put that in there. I don't have one, but it would probably be something from Avenged Sevenfold.
It's not going to be "I Will Not Die" from 3 Days Grace.
No, 3 Days Grace is not one of my bands. Like, do you have a thing where it's one you call them your bands? Like, is that a thing with you guys?
Not for me personally.
I guess I'm just a bit weird that way. I've got my books and my bands, and it's not one of my bands. So I listen to them. Gordon listens to them. I know them. I will like the video. I subscribed. There we go. Chris Cornell's.
Chris Cornell, Audio Slave.
That's another. There's also some anything. Oh God, no, that would break hearts. That's good. Yeah, get a Chris Cornell.
If that's kind of what you're going for at a funeral,
yeah, that's
right?
like, hey, listen, you guys better cry.
I don't know. I got two of them. So Warren Zevon has this one. So he was making this album right as he knew that he was diagnosed with lung cancer and just was really going out. But he has this song that literally is kind of his funeral song. It's "Keep Me in Your Heart" for a while. Or I think it's just "Keep Me in Your Heart." But that one, it's hard for me to hear without getting like a little bit teared up or anything. Just you can hear every bit of emotion going through him. Bowie's last album, Black Star, also has a couple of those in there. Like they kind of know it's their swan song. There's a little something extra put in there.
That'll get me. I'll cry.
Yeah, for sure. Which is what you're going for. I don't know. Either that or if I want a little bit more happy of a thing, The Long Slow Goodbye by Queens of the Stone Age. I dig that one. I could see a fun funeral version of that one.
Queens of the Stone Age, one of my bands. I'll just let you know.
I don't think I've ever listened to
Tommy is awesome.
Oh. Well, I guess I don't. Yeah, I'd rather. It's while we're on the subject of crying songs. Is there a song you can't listen to without crying?
There's a few. That's one of them. The "Keep Me in Your Heart." He's got another couple that are just like kind of my depression songs. There's one Studebaker, and it's just all about like how low his life has gotten, and then Splendid Isolation. It's just about shutting yourself out from everything. Those really get me, but man, there's so many of them that kind of get me. There's this really cool movie. They touch me in the feels. There's this really cool movie that me and Charles have been shilling for a while called Strange Darling, but the soundtrack to that is from this amazing artist Zeeberg, and she's got a couple of them from there that I tried listening to it, and it really kind of makes me well up a bit.
Oh, that's the you need that. You need that kind of. It's like what it does. It like goes into a certain part of your brain and goes and like unlocks a certain thing and lets you feel things. Oh, Chris Cornell can get you in the feels. Yeah, anything. Just for me, I've got basically it's one. It's "Dear God" by Avenged Sevenfold.
Okay.
I can't listen to it without crying. I can't. So, like, we actually have to not listen to it because of it. And Bimo, do you have any honorable mentions in the crying genre?
This is the fun part because a lot of NF's music can actually get me emotional and want to cry. One specific one is called "Drifting" from him. And there's another song called "Mansions" that really resonates with me. In terms of like the music I usually listen to, like "Arms of Sorrow" from Killswitch Engage definitely gets me emotional. There's a lot actually. I don't think I could listen all. See.
Okay, we'll do.
Your funeral is going to be like a concert then. You got a huge playlist.
Yeah, just like there's a whole
a
whole playlist. Just listen to these songs to grieve me. Oh. Okay, well, I've got two more of these, and then we'll go on to music itself. Just things that I want to talk about in terms of like lyricism and instrumentals and whatever. But okay, we'll go for the thing. Do you have a breakup song? Okay, Gray has a breakup album. And
it's just so powerful. It puts me in that headspace, but so good. Just "You Fail Me." Hard to beat that intensity.
So that's the same thing. "I Will Fail You" by Demon Hunter. That's a song, or "Dead Flowers" by Demon Hunter. Those are my breakup songs that I would usually, or on the complete other end of the spectrum, "Move Along" by All American Rejects.
Yeah, if you're trying to do a different kind of move along, you just try in a different stage of the breakup. You can listen to that song
for sure.
Hydra, anything to Hydra. There's no, and this is a video game that
I don't play dating sims.
Yeah. But like, yeah, I guess you got sad songs. Are there sad songs?
I mean,
from
the boss
video
battles
games?
are kind of like breakup songs, right?
Yeah, it's
No.
over.
But there are plenty of sad songs in
Yeah, tell us about
video
that.
games. Like I Was Lost Without You from Mass Effect 3 comes to mind. That is pretty fucking sad. There are plenty of other things that evoke that feeling. Summertime is in Our Hands by Michael Friend. He always makes me cry. The video is a woman going to Bali and checking off beautiful things to do, and you find out it was made by her husband before he died.
Oh
Sad.
gosh. Yeah, if you tell me a story about, like, there's certain songs that have stories. I will also cry knowing having been told. Like, I think there's a Sum 41 song where it's about it's about someone who died or is dying, and there's also, I think, an Avenged Sevenfold with the Rev. It's just a whole album that refers to the Rev dying. That gets me as well, I suppose. Geez, I would say I had breakup songs. That's the reason I asked that song. I asked for that question, and now I'm like drawing a blank on breakup songs because I just had had a few. I think the one that does come to mind is there was an Avril Lavigne one that I listened to. Yeah, I think I listened to very angry music when there was Somebody I Used to Know, that one. Yeah, that one was actually, no, it didn't help at all. It hurt me a lot. So let's not go there. I'm very sensitive. Every Taylor Swift song is a breakup song, basically, I suppose. I suppose just listen to Adele. Adele is just all about the sad songs. I don't really have a breakup thing that I can remember off the top of my head right now. Gordon will laugh because I always refer to, if we hear a song or whatever, it's like, listen to this when we broke up this time and this and that. I don't remember it right now.
We broke up this time?
When we broke
There's
up
more than one time.
Like when you had 10 years to get going, there were times in between that were just like, what are we doing? Yeah, actually there was some what was it? It wasn't Kill Switch Engage, not Avenged Sevenfold, Bullet for My Valentine. That's one.
Oh, Bullet for My Valentine.
That was because I was listening to those songs with him. So then listening, that was my my process. But okay, a last thing for like your playlist of your life. What would be your entrance song if you were a wrestler?
Obviously, Wart of the Boreal Valley. There is no other way to do it.
Okay,
that's
put that in the private chat.
I can't top that. I can't top that. That's too good.
No, I'm saying for yourselves.
Oh man. Probably I Feel So Alive by POD.
Mm-hmm. Feel so alive for the very first time.
What are you laughing at, Gray?
Your choice, sir. Yeah, I would fight a guy who's listening to POD.
Okay, you would fight us. No. It has to be to do with your theme, okay? Can't be. It has nothing to do with whether the song will win. It's just your theme.
He doesn't like my opening. He's going to be my rival.
I think I would prefer, some of the McGordon Doom stuff. But if I can't get that and has to be an actual song, I think "Pump It" by Electric Callboy. I just think that's going to get everybody. It's going to get everyone moving.
Okay, hold on. I need to see this. Will I get struck for it?
I don't think so. There's like 1 million people who do reactions to it, but I don't know. We always run a risk.
I think we do have to play everybody's entrance songs at least. Okay.
Okay.
So this is it.
Look at that
epic opening shot. It's before the name change.
This is one of their best videos. For sure.
They look like fun. Oh yeah! Oh, that's great. That is the great. And the video is
It just
also
goes
great.
from there. I might have to like start it a little bit later. I want Kevin to come in too. We've only got Nico so far.
Okay. I saw bums.
Kevin's about
Of course, that's
Oh, come on. Standing treadmill drum set. How do you beat that?
Oh yeah!
Oh my gosh.
I think I would probably start it somewhere around here, maybe the second half of the song.
Okay.
I
can
love
see
the dumbbell there, the plate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dumbbell.
I can see this being workout music.
Oh, it's great.
Oh. Yes.
Let's go.
Oh. Yes. I need to listen to this so bad. Oh, that's well choreographed. That's amazing. Okay. That's brilliant. Okay, guys, we won't finish.
Oh, I love bridges.
Oh, very good. So must I bring? I feel so alive for POD. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yo, here, let me get the timestamp here, so we're not just like starting it.
Ooh,
So,
yeah, I should have probably done that. Fair enough. One up me, Bimo. One.
So what was yours, Hydra?
If I was a boxer, my entry music.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Wart of the Boreal Valley.
Is it the link that you
No.
sent?
They just type into YouTube Wart of the Boreal Valley and it will throw out.
The Boreal Valley?
Wart.
VORDT.
Yep.
There
you go. Already there.
Great.
So good. Can't beat that.
That is so you.
My favorite thing about it is when they like there's a video that I keep seeing like get the rounds, and it's a child prodigy chess player. And
Against
like,
Kasparov, I know that.
Exactly.
One, yeah.
You're gonna face the Grandmaster, and then this song starts playing in the background, and he's walking out. Oh, it's so good.
So cool.
It's literally right there on the top right corner. Look.
There it is.
Why do I hear boss music?
That
My
is so
walkout
good.
song would be Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy by Big and Rich.
This
Okay,
should
let's see.
timestamp it. I put it in the private chat.
Wait. Look at this. The most repeated. Is this where we would go? Oh yeah. Ooh.
It's gonna drop. There we go.
Yes.
It's so good.
Oh, this is Hydra. This belongs to Hydra. Oh, yeah.
I wish it did.
It belongs to Hydra for me forever. Thank you. The wall is. I'll look up yours as well.
My gosh, Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy. That's a classic.
Let's see.
So, it didn't. 33 seconds.
Oh, it's 33. You got to check that thing when you.
I did it. I did it. It just didn't want to do it. I guess.
And
33
something's wrong with this
Sure.
video
It's
because it's
screwed
not.
up.
Why
Yeah.
is it always say 0.2 whenever you drag it? Yeah.
33. Okay. Oh, I like you.
Man, that or like Boom by them.
I was
That's
gonna
a-
say, like, the only thing more
song.
comical would be if it's Here Comes the Boom.
Yeah, that video is fantastic.
Mhm.
It's a fantastic music video about professional ping pong.
This would be mine. And it was for the what's the name, for my wedding, when Gordon and I walked in. This is what we played.
Nice.
And it was the whole thing came in there. We had to make sure that we were waiting outside.
Did you have people like throwing rice at you as you left?
We walked straight past the cake. I'm gonna cry. Yeah. So
Fun fact: that is the only album I like from Muse.
Well, here you go. Here's one.
It's their best album, in my opinion.
It's one of my favorites. They are. The latest one is really not one of. It's not the best. That's what I would say. So we've had everyone's intros. That's and then let's see what Save a Horse.
Ride a Cowboy.
Big and Rich. You know what? This goes hard.
Yeah, so far it's perfect.
Ram Ranch.
Oh, the banjos. Let's go. Oh, yes. That's great.
Is that Warner Music?
Probably. Yeah.
Possibly.
Look at that. That's
we might get struck on that.
Fucked. Oh, well.
Well, that was 7 minutes or 7 seconds, right? That was all legal.
Yeah.
No, that's already too much. We have now sold our souls. It's completely over. Corporate owns us now. We have attempted to obviously infringe on their copyright and mislead the viewers into believing that they have clicked on their songs by coincidentally having 7 seconds of that in this 3-hour-long stream. It's over, guys.
See, Pappy, you don't get it.
It does that.
You don't get it. Wrestling kind of is like sex in the ring.
Wrestling. Okay. So that was the last thing about our sort of music, right? So let's talk about music itself, and then we'll talk about the future of music.
Okay.
Good with that. So, right. Are you like Gordon in that lyrics don't really matter too much to you?
Hell no.
Yeah, me neither.
Mm-mm.
Lyricism is important to me.
Very important.
Listen, Journey to Rome wouldn't have been half as cool if the legionaries weren't chanting Imperator in the background, okay? It's important.
It is important, yes. Gordon has gotten...
There's a lot of really cool riffs and like amazing music that has been ruined by vocals and
100%
lyrics.
Okay, that's what I'd ask. Actually, that's another way to phrase it. That has a bad lyric fucked up a song for you.
Yes.
Yes.
Where it just goes, it's clunky, it's cringy. You're just like, you know what? We could do without this.
I love a lot of rap samples.
A lot of rap samples.
But not the lyrics.
Oh, some of the lyrics of rap, I'm sorry, it is quite funny. It's like, wow, that they like their similes. And some of the similes just don't work. I'm like this, they're like that.
It's not for you.
It's not for me, but that gets me. I'm enjoying the song, and then I'm like, but that's not a good simile to go with. So I get judgy on that. So it's the same thing. What else about lyrics? So who is everybody in agreement? Lyrics matter.
I definitely think the lyrics matter.
I think you'd be kind of crazy to assume that they don't. So the average person, like the thing that is going to be most relatable is the vocals and the lyrics. It is kind of something that somebody can do. Like if you sing along, generally you're not doing, other than what is it, Sweet Caroline, where you're doing like the bump 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 or whatever. But like generally you're not singing out like the melody of it. Instead, you're doing the actual vocals for it. It is kind of the easy entry point into music.
Important, yes. Lyrics it can add a whole new dimension. The song can have a different meaning with or without it.
Yes.
What comes to mind, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. When you
Oh,
first
yeah.
fight Sam, the song that you hear on top of the train is so full of fucking bravado. It's the absolute, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm a tutorial boss that you can't beat. I don't even have a health bar on the screen. You are so fucking dead. It's completely like the antagonist clowns all over you in the first engagement. Basically, it's the full of bravado and panache, the entire song. And then towards the end of the game, when you face him for real, and you have learned so much about him and the organization and everything, you actually get to hear the lyrics of the song. And it completely redefines the whole thing. It's about, I don't even know what my name is. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm fighting for. I'm just killing people. It's
there will be blood.
Yeah, it's just, it's so great.
In the same vein, Devil May Cry has the same way that, like, especially in the 5th game, every character has a theme song that will play if you're doing a good combo. It will keep playing, and if you do a good enough combo, the lyrics kick in.
Oh, so that your brain wires to the fact that when the lyrics are there, you're doing well. Oh, that's genius.
It is to quote Charles, it's an orgasmic feeling.
Yeah, I can imagine that. That's pretty awesome. What about, this is a great question, darling. Do you mind if the lyrics are made in a made-up language that doesn't mean anything? Like, look, there are languages that mean things, and I still like.
I listen to Japanese music. I don't know what they're saying.
Well, that's offensive to say that it's a made-up language that doesn't mean anything, BMO. Wow. But no, that's kind of what came to mind for me as well. There's a whole bunch of bands from like a whole bunch of different countries that while I don't speak the language, I still love them. But the one that literally comes to mind for me that is in English, but they specifically made a song that doesn't make any sense. Well, an album really. But the Melvins, they've got one that, well, sort of like the verse is like so it's Hooch by the Melvins, and it's you sink my swan, Rolly a get a worst in maybe minus way far central, 440 duck a pin, milkmaid dud bean, master a load ahead, pill pop a dope, well run, general hash pump a gun of lead. So it's really weird, but like if you hear the actual song, like the entire audience is like singing along with them, but it's weird. Like it starts with Los Tickato Rest. That doesn't mean anything. It's all just kind of made up, but they were playing with essentially like the way that syllables land. And it's awesome. So no, it doesn't really matter to me. And I guess like BMO, I treat foreign language ones the same way.
Do you look up the meaning of foreign language?
Sometimes. Like there's this band that I love, like Otabaki Beaver. I wasn't sure what like Otabaki means, but yeah, it was interesting. But so yes, I have looked up theirs, but there's a lot of like French rap that I've listened to, and it's like I've never looked up the lyrics to that. It's just whatever. They're rapping in French.
Yeah, just raps. If you had subtitles, it would just be raps in French.
That's what I do with there's one band I kind of like. That's a Japanese band that sometimes sings in English called One OK Rock. And they do some stuff like that. Tooth cleaning.
The Wallace.
The Wallace.
You have a good one. The Wallace.
The. I listen. Do you guys listen to Dunham?
No, don't think I've ever heard of them.
They've done Dunham, maybe. They do the music for Vikings. A lot of Vikings songs. Yeah. I love them.
I've probably heard them then.
Yeah.
Cool.
I love them. I look up their lyrics because I just want to know what they're talking about because I'm feeling a certain way and I'm like, what are you telling me to feel in this language? So yeah. We're not pulling up music anymore. I decided. Okay. Although actually I will put some reference. Listen, we will talk about our last
Crazy on You is so good though.
Our last bit is the future of music, boys?
Is it bleak? Is it positive?
And I guess we can talk about whether we're happy with music now. Do you think music was better before?
I don't know if my opinion on this is unique, but I think that all of the best rock music has kind of been made already. There's a reason why the classic rock is seen as classic rock. And it will stay that way for the next 100 years, probably. That's kind of how I feel about it, at least.
There's so many.
Okay, guys, sorry about interrupting. This falling apart is really getting out of hand. I have to go because seriously, I don't know what is happening. Furniture stuff. Okay, see you guys.
Bye, Hydra. Thank you so much for coming.
Always awesome talking to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disagree with you, BMO. I think what's old is good, but man, there's so much out there right now that kind of you can take all these influences and you can make something even grander. Just my God, there's so much that just and I think.
Oh my gosh, Phil Collins. Whenever I hear Phil Collins music, I think I'm in a Goodwill.
A Goodwill.
We would have look,
a Goodwill, a Value Village, a thrift store.
Abomination AJ came was listen, that's another thing. Part of my music journey was Disney music. That's true. Yeah. So Phil Collins definitely.
Now I am not. Keep in mind, I'm not shit talking Phil Collins. I actually think Genesis is great. I think Phil Collins' voice is amazing. But every time I hear his voice, I'm brought back to my childhood where we would go to a thrift store for clothes and Phil Collins would always be playing. It's like nonstop. So it's like an instant, where I work currently plays Queen and Phil Collins nonstop. So it feels so strange.
Like transported. Yeah,
I get transported.
Killer drum intro, man. Like, come on, you got to have that. It's so unique.
He is a fantastic drummer.
And just that one intro, though, it's amazing.
That's what he's doing.
I look like this on.
But sorry, you were saying modern music. You think it's all been done?
What I mean by that is specifically.
It hasn't, though.
We will always harken back to. Like it's one of those things of if you ask about the best bands,
so you guys can
Queen, Metallica, Journey are always going to get brought up no matter what. It's been that way for a long time now. So I don't know why it would change. That those people would always be viewed at the top, if anything, for nostalgic reasons.
It wouldn't always be viewed at the top. Interesting. Okay. So I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to think. Like there's a whole bunch of them that are classic now, but they came much after Metallica, and I think they grew on that. They were able to surpass it by many leaps and bounds. What Metallica is able to do, to where Metallica sounds kind of a little bit chunky now. Yeah, a little bit. I'd say something like that, where there is a certain progression that things are kind of going in. You're right; things do kind of build upon what previously came before, but that doesn't mean that what came before was like what would you call that? Like the Platonian ideal of like what rock music is. Like it's not this magical thing. It was something that you can build upon, but there's ways to improve upon it. There's a way to make it more dynamic. There's ways that you can program effects so much differently than what you could do before. And with the event of essentially like lighting, you can have dynamics that affect the way that lighting is happening now. You can really change what a small band can do on a tiny stage compared to, the entire crew it took to run that for like this giant venue before. It's so weird. There's just little innovations and like the things that like Fractal is doing, and there's a whole bunch of other like amp sim companies that are they're making ways to actually make the equipment. They're either emulating it, actually like recording it and doing a new version of it, but they're making it so that you don't need to take all this gear that wouldn't stand up to the road nearly as much. like you can profile different pedals, different amps. It opens the world up to, you've got literally the world at your fingertips. Any mic you can think of, any cabinet, any instrument, really, you can essentially model them, and it's all at your fingertips. Like before, you had to actually have the talent to play it, you had to actually have the instrument, you had to have the accessories, and you had to have a way to record it well. Just, man, I think the floodgates are about to open with some really interesting music that's going to be coming.
Okay.
I think we have just scratched the surface of what is possible. And man, so previously, so I'm trying to think of like some that seem somewhat innovative, like a Periphery type, or what the hell is their name? It doesn't feel like they're hearkening back to something old. They're kind of going to something new. I don't know, man. I don't think everything is necessarily going to the start of the rock genre, but if you're just talking about like rock, like maybe. But I think we're getting new genres and new ways of expressing music.
I agree with what you're saying here about that. We are getting new stuff. We're getting all that. The crux of what I'm saying here is specifically what people will harken back to, what will always be seen as, oh yeah, these are the top bands of all time. I feel like the genre of classic rock has stayed the same for a very long time for that reason.
Yeah, but it's called classic. Like, you know, it would be new rock or something that's coming on.
Yeah,
but we are getting
new metal or whatever. I'm meaning like rock music as a general kind of.
Well, just think about this is a thing that Gordon brought up for me the other day. He was like, there's certain bits of music now. Just think about where we are at, because we're in our 30s. And there's music that we listen to that is new to that is like a discovery for younger people when you show them that music. That's like, oh, this is the golden oldies for them.
Yeah.
So I understand that there is always going to be a constituent of any generation that says our music was better, because your life was better when you listened to that music. Your life was simpler when you listened to that music. Now your life is a lot more complicated and whatever. So that will be your classic. But sure. Then again, I do feel that I would be the same, Bimo, that like classic rock will always be classic rock. I will not progress with music in the same way as a younger person will. I'm going to stick with most of the music that I listen to. But the thing is, then I hear stuff like from that Gray just showed me now, that song there, that Pumper thing, that's a fucking awesome song. Like I'm going to listen to that band
awesome.
Broken.
And it's
it's
worth
gold.
Listening to anything that those guys have done since Hypa.
And what year is that?
So that album's from 2 years ago, but Hypa is from like 4 years ago. They have like 6 albums. You don't need to worry about the first 2, or sorry, the first 4. It's the last 2 that really matter. They got really this new singer, Nico. He's amazing. But yeah, those dudes are awesome, and it really is like party music. But it does kind of harken back to something old, but it's kind of like a new take on it. It really is kind of that like party anthems and stuff. Yeah,
it mixes together fusion. That happens with all different kinds of art. So of course it's going to.
But like, so Bimo was talking a little bit about like metal and stuff, and it's like I don't think Metallica still is like the pinnacle of metal. Like you know, you've got much more newer things coming in. Like you got like Periphery, Polyphia, Intervals.
Polyphia it's hard for me to call Polyphia even metal.
Animals as leaders. So it's kind of what's taking metal in a new direction. It really is kind of like metal prog, but in something that you wouldn't expect before. But I think those are some of the bigger names. So in kind of out there metal, I don't know exactly what you'd call them, but I don't know. I don't see them hearkening back to, as they called it, boomer metal.
So I watch a lot of guitar channels, like, and then breaking down music, and them talking about boomer metal is really funny to me. That's just, it's the music.
I'm just trying to say there are bands out there that are trying to push new ways of thinking about music. It isn't just harkening back to the old. Like, so I bring them up specifically because, you know, that Tim does call it boomer metal. You know, they're not looking to do that.
That
and
kind
Tim
of leads
Henson's
us,
an amazing guitarist. So like
that leads us into another question of mine is, okay, so we have AI, which it can be trained on that classical rock, so it does the same thing mathematically or whatever. So that would be an influence. And then also just the so comments on that, basically AI. And being trained on older stuff, will we ever get derivative to such a point that everything sounds the same? I don't think so. It's very and also people will have varied tastes, so will always be.
I already listened to one of the most derivative genres of music, so it's like I'm okay with derivative as long as it sounds good to my ears. Does
it please my ears? Yeah.
I don't need to hear something new every time. I just need to enjoy what I'm listening to.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good.
I learned this the hard way. I used Suno AI, and I'm like, make me a metalcore song, and it sounded like all of the best metal songs that I listened to recently. And I'm like, well, if there's anything, there's a formula.
But now, what do you feel about like AI? Okay, so now, guys, go and look up The Collective. I'll get you a link.
Yeah. No, I was literally going to bring him up. That is some amazing music. And, you know, like, it's one dude doing it. And just so much is going into this. But, my God, it beats so many of the bands that I've been a part of and struggled to write everything for. It's so impressive. And then the turnaround time is just, like, so amazing. And the product that you end up with, like, it's so much more cost effective. You end up with something that is listenable. When I was like looking through a lot of my old tracks, it's like, man, it just sounds horrible. It was recorded horribly. Like, I didn't know what I was doing, so we went to people that we thought knew what they were doing, and my God, they did not know how to record what we were trying to do, because it just comes out almost unlistenable. It just really impresses me what you're able to do with just a computer. Like, I feel like I've just scratched the surface with AI music, and man, it blows what I can do out of the water.
Are you using it? Because now all of this is AI from our friend of the channel, Kevin. He's he's got.
He just dropped him an album.
Yeah, he's dropped an album, and he makes lyric videos, so it's also really they're also nice and enjoyable. But he's also got a whole band concepts that he's got them AI created people, and
That's
he's
awesome.
got backstories of each of them and things like that. So that it's like he's not denying that all of this is AI, but it is still created by him, because it's all, everyone's got like bits of
not
his
unheard
personality.
of. Gorillaz is similar, and so is like Metalocalypse or Death Clock, if you want to consider that. But both of those bands have done tours, and it's like, okay, so they just have a bunch of musicians who are playing behind a screen, and they just project, you know, the cartoons onto it. You can see what's going on, but it makes for a really fun show. That's really awesome. I wonder if he would use people and play out live if he that
is another thing with me, is that I'm okay with that sort of thing, but I remember being obsessed with the people as well when I was obsessed with bands. I wanted to know everybody's name. I wanted to know their life story and all of that. But he's given that. I suppose he's given that. And you can, and that's it's not like I'm going to meet Amy Lee, so I suppose it doesn't matter. I guess you can still be invested in, and then you would still be invested in the creator of those people. In any case, it's like any creator of a book, you would be interested in them. It's their imagination that brought it up, I suppose. So I guess that's the future of music, in that it's it's accessible to a lot of more people. But I was going to say, so I heard another song somebody shared on Zach's stream last night. It had a bit of AI usage, but then that was in the background, and then there was actual vocals and stuff like that. Have you started using that sort of thing?
I haven't really. I feel like I've just scratched the surface on it. I've basically just had it generate stuff off of lyrics that I've written, which is still super impressive. Like, there's no way that I would have 10 different versions in under a minute. With any real musician, you can kind of see the limitation that it does have certain. I don't know if you want to call them shortcuts or like. Kind of things that it goes back to. I've noticed a lot of the same fills in a lot of the music I'm asking for, but I am kind of, barely changing the prompt and seeing if it gives me something a little bit different. But you do kind of see that it's kind of using these shortcuts too, just like musicians do. People kind of have this like shorthand of their repertoire that they go back to. And it's weird to see that the AI is doing that as well. But
that's what humans are. We're pattern recognition machines. So it's doing exactly that. Like, people can say there's a channel that was doing this many years ago where they would go, how to write a Muse song, and they really did. And to me, some people would say, oh well, that shows how simple and crappy Muse is. To me, it's like, no, that's what Muse is. They've got a certain style, that certain method that makes them Muse. So I suppose if you could harness certain styles to make your own style, it just opens up a lot of doors for you.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at Paffy's question. It's Suno.ai is the one that I've messed around with the most. Yep. But there's a bunch of different ones that are out there. And they can all have different levels of whether or not like it'll allow you to put vocals into it or whatever. And then you can always take it into your own DAW and add vocals to it. Then you can actually bring that back into AI and let them screw around with it a bit.
Okay. Is it like Midjourney sort of stuff where you can take something, you can take a bass and put it in and then take it out and then put it in and like do stuff to it?
There are some that you can do that with. And then there are other AI programs as well where you can take out certain instruments or something like that. Or if you like just the chorus, you could always just snip that and then kind of construct the song your way and then load it back into AI, and it can kind of give you a little bit smoother version of it. It's weird, but a lot of those you do have to have the kind of paid version of, which I have not done. I've just kind of... It seems like it. If you're going to use it, you're getting workable product that you can definitely use.
It's clean.
It seems awesome to me. Like, it just seems like a no-brainer. It's worth it. But yeah, I've just been scratching the surface on the free stuff, and it impresses the hell out of me. Everything that we've used that I've been a part of or whatever is free from Suno.ai.
Yeah, our theme song, guys, is from Suno, I suppose. Is that the one that's also from Suno? The Thursday, Thursday, that one? It's
that one
is one
is
of the earlier
attempts,
I'm sure.
One.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
And the Exit one as well.
Yeah, and ChatGPT also helps
with lyrics,
finalize the lyrics, but it's kind of fun. The robots are doing most of the work. You just have to finesse it. Just figure out how to get that product you want.
I remember trying to get ChatGPT to write me a song. And I specifically asked her, like, write me this song, but do not rhyme at the end of every sentence.
Oh, that's horrible.
It could not do it. It just couldn't do it.
It carried, because it's heard song, it saw the word song and then song brought down. Yes, it didn't pay attention to your limitations. But
I wanted it to rhyme every fourth word, and it also didn't like that either. It's like too much for it.
Oh yeah, no, that's too. Just use your brain. It's fine. I think it's okay. I would still like if AI. Are there AI artists? Because there was this girl. I think it was a girl.
I think so. There's Hitomi Miku, who's supposedly AI, but it's really just like a virtual pop star.
You mean Hatsune Miku?
Yeah, Hatsune Miku. Sorry. Yes. I do enjoy some of her work, but not completely AI.
No, it's
where there
not.
are
It's,
like influencers now who are AI.
Yeah, what Quabblecop, like it's stuff like that, like where they're completely manufactured. It's really strange.
What happened over there, kiddo?
Daisy got stuck in one of these things.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything negative really to say about like the creation of AI music. It feels like a natural evolution to what we were already doing. Though I'm sure a lot
just
of
keep in
people
mind
are
how
going to get
simple it is now. It's just going to get more complex. Like this is just the opening of it.
And this is where you get like I know that you and I watch some of the anime, Greg, Carol and Tuesday, and that's the entire like plot. It's like people writing real music and playing real music as amateurs versus people that make AI music.
That sounds like a cool show.
It is. It's on Netflix actually. It's not bad. It's very wholesome.
I will still value a live performance of actual instruments because it's humans playing something. Definitely.
Is it because you value the skill?
Yeah, I value the skill. Exactly.
I mean,
and
the
also
humanity. Cool to see like maybe you didn't have it, but I don't know. They have like these fake robotic bands at like Chuck E. Cheese and like
I know that they made
parks that are around.
The only reason I know what you're talking about is because they had that in the Goofy movie.
Yeah. So it's weird. Like, I don't know. People will still like sit and watch these like fake robots pretending to play. There still is something to that, but I imagine it's only going to get better. Like we're getting this hologram technology that's really close. I kind of wonder if they aren't going to do weird stuff like that. Like you perform in one stadium, but you can have it broadcast to multiple stadiums. Like they would still get to see the same stage setup.
Yeah,
I don't know.
As long as I suppose as long as going and listening to music with a crowd never ends, that's good. I think that you could still get that energy if you're all going. Also, obviously, that the performance would need to be worth it. If it's holograms, it's got to be still spectacular. But I also think that I don't think we're gonna just not have any live bands. Don't feel like that. I feel like that's just never.
Sorry, that's like saying artists will stop drawing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. We've noticed that with photography, people didn't just stop drawing, right? They didn't stop making portraits. They didn't do so. Same thing is going to happen with music. Is that it'll be more accessible. I think the accessibility is amazing. The kinds of indie music that you can come across now, it's like there's people that I follow on Twitter that they're releasing songs and things like that, and
the ways you can practice and like actually like record without being in the same location is just crazy. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen like a decade from now. But yeah, I only see it getting way better and way more accessible. There's so many barriers to entry that are just gone now.
Well, I was going to say barriers to entry. Do you guys know how these? Because I mean, is there some sort of licensing? Because remember, we would have labels, right? Now, if you go on Spotify, there's all these YouTubers that are their music is there.
Yeah, you can self-publish.
Yeah, so you can self-publish, and yeah.
So if they're doing a cover, then they have to pay what's called a mechanical compulsory right, which really is not that much. Again, is that like. So it's up now, but I think it was like 17 cents per song per album per album pressed per whatever song on that album. But you only have to pay that if it's sold. So I'm sure it's a fraction of that. But the same rules would apply for Spotify. So they would take like 17 cents out of that, hold it in escrow, and then you pay that over to the mechanical compulsory rights. Nobody can stop you from doing a cover of their song, but it's your performance. So what is copyrighted is you actually doing it. Yeah.
Now,
so it's
like the meme songs, right? Those things go viral and people are making money off of those things. I think it was unthinkable back in my day that was you would not have that chance, not at all. You would
There's
have to run around
honest
with a
ways
demo.
of doing it, though. Yeah. Like I know there's a bunch of different like kind of music YouTubers out there. Like I think Davey 504, whatever his name is. He's an awesome bass player, dude. But a lot of what his videos are is
I know
kind of
who you're
playing
talking about,
meme music.
Mhm.
So like it is actually him playing it, and then he's showing you on bass like a bunch of different ways that you can kind of play that meme
Yeah.
music. That seems like an honest thing to do, and then I'm sure he's got the song individually that you can download on Spotify. But it gets a little dicey if it's just this straight up meme music by itself without changing it.
Yeah, no, but there's like the rock star music that he does, and that he just creates a certain song for a certain video, and it's such a good song. So we were talking about the importance of lyrics, right? But the one song, one of my favorite songs from him is Puppy Dog bouncing in out of a box like this. Don't stop, don't stop. That's all it is. Puppy dog bouncing in a box, and that's the kind of music that I can actually really listen to a whole album.
What's the guy that made those songs? Like he made the song "It's Raining Tacos" as well.
Really? I don't know if it's the same guy.
Oh my gosh. Well, there was the guy that was known for that type of music. Let me see if I can find him.
Because on Spotify, the song that I love from him is not on Spotify. I'm upset. I asked him to put it on, and it's not there.
Perry Grip, there it is.
No, this is so it's a different guy. This guy's Rockstar. 1.44 million subscribers.
Nice.
Yeah. And you can submit your animal videos to him for voiceovers. Very funny. But yeah, I guess what else is there for you guys? I think I've asked all my questions. What do you think of the TikTok era of music?
Cancer.
Because because of shorts, I've heard a very good band that I don't know, NC or something.
The reason I say cancer is because there's too many TikTok people that are like, oh, I'm gonna just lower the tempo and add reverb to this song.
Hello? Am I gone?
Yeah, but it's transformational. What can I say? It introduces a whole new generation to a bunch. Oh no, I think we did. She's frozen.
It's our show now, Gray.
Oh, nobody can stop us. So I don't know. For me, it's introducing a new generation to a lot of these songs. That yes, it is just slowed down. Yes, it is just some reverb on there. But man, hey, you're back. Welcome back.
Sorry.
What happened?
I think I'm all for it because it gets to introduce a new generation to them. I think that's what Kitty was alluding to. That you learn songs from TikTok memes.
Like, Can You Feel My Heart is the Chad song now.
Look, I think it kills. Look, I know that I can listen to a song over and over and over again without it dying. Okay.
Yeah.
But with the memes, it takes the meaning away from the song.
Don't you mean
the song you're creating the music video over and over and over again, and of course a lot of the time it's a funny thing. So the actual meaning of the song does become a bit diluted for me. This song that
would you be opposed to putting songs in like movies and stuff? Because I got to be honest, there's a whole bunch of songs that now all I can think of is like the Tarantino scene or whatever.
That's true. That is true. No, I wouldn't be against it. I'm not. You know what? It is what it is, I guess.
Oh, snakes.
I'm a woman. I'm irrational. But yeah. That being said, because this video that I put here, this one is a really good song, and I only discovered it because of shorts, because I was like, that's a freaking good song. And yeah, okay, if you go and watch, you're right, Gray. Like if I go and watch the music video, it's got its own meaning, and I can enjoy it that way. And then again, I guess the couple of weeks ago, I was listening to another song that is just being used over and over again in shorts. I guess it's just a new place to experience music.
Well,
New
I
way
guess
to use it.
I need to not be so strong and call it all cancer, because I did, like, after hearing it, I did actually get turned on to a Harry Styles song, and I never thought I would like a Harry Styles song when it was slowed and reverbed. So,
yeah, you see, it's a weird kind of discoverability that we didn't have before. And you know what? Imagine an artist just going viral. It's, you know, you can be a smash hit. I think there's going to be more one-hit wonders than we've ever seen because of this, but who cares?
They won't even finish saying the name, like one hit wonder.
Exactly. Yeah.
One hit. There you go.
I
was not turned on by Harry Styles.
No, I heard you say that.
On me.
I think we all heard what you said.
I didn't hear it.
It was thanks to TikTok.
Thank you, kidding. It was thanks to TikTok. Yeah.
Right, guys. I think that is the end of the thing. Done.
Nice.
Okay.
Anything else you guys want to add? Anything you want to plug? Music-wise, and then you can plug your channel.
No, just listen to some good music. Try and listen to a full album if you haven't in a while. It's
I'm
fun.
with you on that. Listen to a full album, guys, especially with artists that have put together a full album for you, that put a whole collection. It all has a meaning.
Remember to actually support your creators. So the people that make those musics, if there are avenues that you can actually legally purchase their music, go do that.
Yeah.
There are many artists out there that don't make any money off of what they make. Music people especially. So give them the love they deserve.
Yeah. And enjoy our outro music when we get to it. But first, tell Gray, what channels do you feature on other than your own as well?
Yeah, sure. You know, every Monday-ish, show business. It's over on Willis Gredia's channel. It's usually Mondays, sometimes other days. But yeah, we're going through the box office. We're figuring out, who the winners and losers were each week, box office-wise. Go through some movie news and, just generally have a good time over there. So go over to Willis Gredia's channel, ring that bell, and then you'll know exactly what day that is. But for something that there is no question as to what day it is, go over to Rosales' channel. That's YouTube at Rosales Comics, if you will. It's the Super Sunday wrap-up. It's every Sunday at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. And, there's a lot of familiar faces over there as you get here. But we have the amazing Rosales coming up with some of the most interesting games I've ever seen.
Yes.
And,
it's a good time.
We got to rank men's bodies. When's the last time you got to do that on a stream?
Yeah,
go and check that out.
I got to rep Zac Efron, which I don't usually get that opportunity. I was cheering on Zac Efron.
I was also. Thank you. He is He-Man, the chin, everything. Go and tell Rosales.
The hair, the build.
No, but these
I'm
boys
just saying,
got
Mike
Jack
O'Hearn.
Reacher.
It's all I can say.
They just brought Reach out. Anyway, Bimo,
what you got going on, sir?
So I've been trying to figure out what kind of video I actually want to post to my channel. So I haven't quite figured that out yet. I know I have some recording ideas I want to do, either gaming related, or I might actually, this is something that's been going through my mind. Maybe I can actually try and redesign one of those characters from Concord and put some voiceover over it. But it's one of those things if I think about it and I'm like, oh, I could do that. And then I get really lazy. So I'm putting myself on the spot here. So that's why I'm saying it here.
Listen, my channel is a place of promises that are unfulfilled. So just say that, speak it out. This is where we manifest. Okay, we try and manifest by saying we'll do it. It's the first step.
Manifestation, yes.
Just manifest by saying it, okay? And maybe one day it'll happen. But it's less likely to happen if you don't say it.
Yep. So that's pretty much what's going on. I am open for commissions if you're interested in work from me. Follow me on Twitter. You'll know what I make there. Other than that, not really much else to do. Other than you'll see me probably next Thursday and the Thursday after that, unless I annoy Kitty enough to be muted forever.
Exactly.
She wanted to mute me this session. I didn't even do anything.
Because you were in my line of sight.
I get it.
Yeah, I'm a woman and I'm irrational. We all know this. So, anyway, guys, also look out for the No One Asked You podcast. Dorkus is not around today. He will share his music with us another time, and we will also do a karaoke, I'm sure. Not on this channel, so in an exclusive area. But yes, go to the No One Asked You podcast to go and have a look at the, well, we're going over the Well of Ascension there. We're reading that. And so we are storming the archives. But that's just the part that I feature in with Dorkus. Dorkus is going to be doing some other stuff. He's not just a Brandison channel, boys. He's going to be doing some other stuff about Gurm. He's reading the Dragonbone Chair. So look out for his stream. Just go and what's the name? Just subscribe so you can
subscribe, you shits.
Subscribe, you shits. Have a good one, Kitty, and everybody loves you. Bye. Bye, Snakes. Thanks so much for chilling out with us.
Yeah.
But you're going to miss
an oldie that doesn't show up enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then, yeah, with regard to my channel, October's coming, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
There's going to be a
Oktoberfest.
October, I'm going to just drink beer all day.
All day.
What's the name? I will be changing my schedule up a little bit, so look out for that. We'll see what happens. Maybe we chill doing live diagram streams for a while, and then I go and create my videos at a different time. But anyway, things are changing, and for the better, I hope. This is the place of promise. Anyway, have a nice life, and we will see you next week.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll do this
Flow
for
wave.
Charles.
Yeah.
You gotta develop a wave for your jaw.
Oh, no. Okay.
I've got to do what Gray's doing with his jar, but with mine.
Exactly.
Yeah, why aren't you doing that?
Because I'm lazy.
You do 3 drawings. Okay. Slow wave.